You ready? Good evening. Good evening. And we are going to open the Sausalito Marin City School Board District meeting at 6:16 p.m. on this 9th day of January. Thank you for being here. And we are going to close at this time, and we will be back shortly. Thank you. Good evening, and thank you so much for your patience and for being here on this evening, the very first board meeting of 2020. We're coming back in from close at 7:02 p.m., and there is nothing to report at this time. Thank you. We are going to reconvene to open session. And we would like to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Caroline, will you start us off, please?
Repeat with me. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're going to go right into a moment of mindfulness. Superintendent Toko, if you can lead us, please.
I'd just like to remind everybody that our breath is our best emotional regulator, and I'd like to invite all of you to take 3 deep breaths at a ratio of inhaling for a count of 8 and exhaling for a count of 4. If you have a diminished lung capacity for any reason, you can inhale for a count of 6 and exhale for a count of 3. And if you don't feel like breathing with us, I just invite you to observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to our agenda reorganization. If there is anything on the agenda, if there's at this time.
So I had I don't know if this warrants moving it from consent, but I had a question on the memo for the payment of the warrants. It seems like there was some information included in the board memo that was from a different topic. So I'll ask to move 10.01 from consent, so I could just point out that issue in the memo.
Thank you. There is also a request from the gallery to change the order of oral communications and presentations. We have some young folks that would like to engage in some oral communication with the board this evening, and they have been here for a while now and may have some homework to do.
Where did you want to move that to?
If we could just flip-flop 5 and 6, so move oral communications before presentations.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
5 and 6? Before 5?
Thank you. Didn't hear it clearly. Thank you.
Right. So I'll move that we pull 10.01 from consent and we'll move 6.01 before section 5.
It's been moved.
I'll second.
Moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
No opposed or abstain? Okay. That brings us to board communications.
Hope everyone had a great break.
Nothing? Did you have something, Caroline?
No.
I think my communications are going to come out in tonight's discussion, so. All right. We are going to move along. This more or less is a placemaker at this time because we don't have acknowledgements.
There's 2 in here.
I'm sorry?
There's a Rotary Club grant and Janetta There's 2 grants in our packet, in that section. I don't know if we were just acknowledging the grants.
Did I miss those? I did. Do forgive me on that. Charge it to my head, not my heart. There are 2 grant within the acknowledgements dated December the 9th from the Rotary Club. And also December 9th, a dedication to special education. Superintendent Itoko.
Yeah, they're both classroom grants to support the 3rd grade general ed from the Rotary and to support our special ed program and particularly the resource classroom that Ms. Madwakalum Smith is the teacher of over at the Willow Creek Academy. And so she has been a wonderful grant writer. This grant is for $400 in curriculum interactive systems and $600 in teaching materials for a total of $1,000 to support that classroom. And I hope that these grant awards are the beginning of a large number of grant awards. Ms. Madwakalum Smith has been very busy writing grants, not only for her classroom, but for the district at large. And there's some other ones that we expect to be coming in the not too distant future.
Thank you, Josh, for bringing that to our attention. Thank you, Itoko Garcia. Is there anyone from these agencies that are here? Anyone here from the Rotary Club?
No?
Yes?
No? No?
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate the work that you are doing in your investment to our school community. Did you have a comment, Bonnie?
No, that's
Were there
wonderful.
any other comments? All right. We're going to push on, which will bring us to our oral communications and the young folks that are in the audience who may have homework. So if you want to come at this time and let us know who you are, right here at the podium, please. Some of you look very familiar.
Hi, we're a group of students from Tamalpais High School, a part of the Academy Integrated New Humanities program there, and for the past 2 months we've been making a short documentary on the unification process, so we hope this helps inspire people. So my name is Rose Paradise.
My name is Evie Robson.
My name is Adrian Muir. My name is Cece Mead. So
Thank you. We're going to show it now. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love each other and support each other. We must love each other and support each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains. We have nothing to lose but our chains. Action.
This is the story of Bayside MLK. Once upon a time, it was two separate schools, Bayside and MLK. They prospered, with students of every race and socioeconomic status academically thriving. But in 2001, the success and collaboration came to a halt. A charter school was created by Sausalito parents. And as Willow Creek's population increased, Bayside and MLK's student body dropped. In fact, Willow Creek grew so rapidly that it required more space for its campus, and as a result, Bayside's elementary school campus was moved and combined with the once separate MLK campus in Marin City. This decision isolated Marin City students into one school. Meanwhile, Willow Creek was given a supplemental grant each year from the school board, where an extra $1 million was funneled to its campus. That brings us to today.
We were recently mandated by the Attorney General of the state of California, which is the highest policing agency, to desegregate our school. It is the first time in over 50 years that they have said that we need to desegregate our school. There's probably about 60, 65 African American black children that are at Bayside Martin Luther King Jr. Academy. There's probably like 30 Latinx. There might be 4 white kids. For some people, they said, well, that is some diversity. It's not. It's not enough.
It can be challenging. If they never sat across the room or did a project or read a book with a person who doesn't look like them, how do I get them to experience white culture?
When I go to TAM or when I go to college, it's not just going to be black people.
If you look at the founding charter of Willow Creek, it was built by families that really wanted to provide a better choice.
When Willow Creek was a small school with 100 kids, I don't know that anybody ever could have imagined or predicted that that might have a negative impact on kids that were attending the traditional public school.
The public school got decimated. We had 1 full-time teacher last year in junior high.
The superintendent who was here at the time made a decision to eliminate art, music, and PE and cut all the single subject credentialed teachers.
These kids can learn, but they have to be provided with a school that can teach them.
I still don't know how to do a thesis statement or, write a conclusion paragraph. I don't know that.
And so imagine that happening in Marin County, but it can happen in the community of Marin City.
I mean, imagine living in a little community where everybody lives pretty much right around each other, like absolutely the same neighborhood, and there's 110 of you from TK to 8. Many of you are related, and most of your social life is spent in and around the place where you live. Our kids' need, in some ways, is just room to breathe.
2019 has marked a year of change for the Marin City Sausalito School District. First off, the memorandum which funneled Willow Creek with its extra $1 million in funding per year has ended. While this should have been a step in the right direction, it has prompted 2 lawsuits on behalf of Willow Creek in an attempt to regain their supplemental grant. This ongoing debate on finances has distracted the school board from what should be its most important priority, the students.
The continued politics around all of this is really hurting the unification process. It's interjecting fear into a process that should be about hope.
They call Marin City the jungle. It gives people images in their mind that Marin City is a bad place. Everybody here is friendlier than you think.
Some hurt in our community. There's hurt in Marin City over what happened to this school. And, a really big goal of unification is integration. Not just of the school, but of our communities.
Let you be white, let you be black, let you be dark brown, light brown. How will all your identities be supported in your learning? I think that's the biggest thing for me.
Despite the narrative in this country, despite the way our president speaks or the way our government at times behaves, you do matter, and you are worthy, and you are intelligent, and you can achieve your dreams.
We keep coming back to win, and we keep coming back to make up for those years we couldn't read and write.
Here in the 21st century, in the year of 2019, that we are talking yet again as to how we desegregate schools and unify. We can never be equal if we're separated.
I think that Bayside, MLK, and Willow Creek should combine the schools together. If we combine the schools together, there will be no more segregation and kids can be able to make friends with people out of their color. I think once they combine the schools, it will be the best school in the world. And I will come back to see my kids.
We didn't have classes like that at TAM. I was there.
Beautifully done.
Thank you. What grade are you guys? That is wonderful. Thank you so much. Every voice deserves to be heard, and so thank you for putting that piece together.
Can I just ask
Comments?
a question? Oh, yeah. How was that a one semester or term project, or? Wow. Bravo. Nicely done.
Are there other comments? Comments from the audience? So for the recording, you can view that on YouTube, TAM High AIM, TAM High AIM, and the documentary is Desegregation and Unification. Did you have a comment, Josh? So you going to the mic?
No, I not on that. It was well done. But I think it's worth pointing out that we move the entirety of oral communication. So if anybody has comments on something not on the agenda, it's this window.
Yes, thank you. We on the same page. So once again, young ladies, thank you so much for that. This is our oral communication session because we moved it up, and there are no cards here presently, but if you have a comment that you would not like to make that does not relate to anything that is on the agenda, you can do so at this time. Okay, and seeing none, we are going to move on to presentations. And if I am correct and we have the correct order, it is going to be the financial audit report. And Dr. Clark, it is great to see you back. Happy New Year. We missed you.
Thank you.
The superintendent held it down to do the presentation in your absence of the budget. And so, welcome back.
Thank you. It was good. It was. I would like to say that I wish I was here, but I'd rather have been in Australia and New Zealand. So it was a great trip.
And
Thank
you
you.
went at a good time, you know, for folks who have not been watching the news. There's lots of fires in Australia. Can use our prayers and our money. Yeah. So, Dr. Clark, please help us.
Thank you. So tonight we're here to present the 2018-2019 financial audit. Sarah Feeler, who is works with our audit firm, Christie White Associates, will give a presentation of the audit and the results, and then also any questions the board may have.
Thank you.
Sarah, thank you.
Great. Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here tonight. As Robert mentioned, my name's Sarah Feeler, and I'm a director with Christie White Associates, and I'm presenting the report on behalf of signing audit partner Christie White. So as I go through the audit report and some highlights of the audit report that I'd like to point out for the board, it's a great start to remind the responsibility of the school district when it comes to the audit and the auditor's responsibility. So the district's responsibility is to effectively design and operate internal controls. The financial statements are also the responsibility of the district, those unaudited actuals. The district is responsible for preparing and managing the budget throughout the year. The auditor's responsibility is to issue an opinion as to the reasonable assurance of the financial statements and that they, along with their disclosures, are materially correct. And our opinion, while it provides our reasonable assurance that the financial statements are materially stated correctly, it does not address the financial condition of the district. Just in summary, our financial independent auditor's report that we issued for the district was an unmodified opinion. And which is great. Yes, it's the best opinion you can get. And the independent auditor's report can be found on the audit on page 1, and we've included the excerpt of that opinion paragraph, and it's highlighted on that page with the title of opinion. And again, unmodified opinion is the best opinion that can be issued. It's also known as a clean opinion. We also review internal controls over financial reporting for the district. And in doing these procedures, we review cash, accounts receivable, capital assets, accounts payable, and the controls surrounding those areas. While we don't issue an opinion over internal controls, we are required to note if there's any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in internal controls. And through our audit, we noted significant deficiencies. Additional opinions that we issue for the district include our opinion over state awards or state compliance, and listed here are the various state compliance areas that are applicable for the district. Just to name a few: attendance, instructional time, instructional materials, classroom teachers' salaries, ACEs, unduplicated LCFF pupil counts, the LCAP or Local Control Accountability Plan. And over our opinion over state awards, we again issued an unmodified opinion, which is the best opinion that can be issued. We did not note any material weaknesses, however, we did note significant deficiencies. And I did want to go over the audit findings that we did note. So where I mentioned that there were significant deficiencies over internal controls, those are the financial statement findings that we reported, and then the significant deficiencies over state compliance and state awards are listed here. So first, to start off, if anyone on the board would like to follow along, the audit findings begin on page 72 of the audit report. And the first finding that we issued, finding 2019-001, was over cash receipt internal controls. And I'll just briefly go over what we noted in our testing. So in our review of internal controls over cash receiving procedures, we noted that the district is lacking internal control procedures over cash receipts in the following areas. Funds are not initially logged when they're received at the district. There should be segregation of duties between the person that's receiving the funds and initially noting those, and a separate person that is kind of concurring with the amount that's been recorded and actually recording that in the financial system. And we also noted that deposits appear to be untimely in their deposit to the various financial institutions, either to the bank or directly to the county treasury. And finding 2019-002 was our finding related to cash disbursement internal controls or payments that the district issues. And during our testing of internal controls over cash disbursements, we noted the following exceptions. 5 out of 25 disbursements did not indicate prior approval of the purchases. So that would be that there was either not a purchase order in place or the purchase order was executed after the invoice was already received.
Can I ask you a question on that one?
Sure.
Could that be because it was a nominal amount? Like maybe they made a purchase of $15 and so...
Potentially, I don't know those instances off the top of my head. We usually do review if there is a reasonable explanation for something not having a purchase order. That would be more of an emergency purchase in nature, and so we would, not include that as an exception here. So my initial thought is that these were items that should have received prior approval and weren't more emergency in nature.
Oh, thank you.
I'm guessing that if these were significant or material, it would move to a material weakness as opposed to a...
Correct, yeah. If any of these purchases were, deemed to be, not allowable purchases of the district, we would, potentially suggest an audit adjustment if necessary. And again, if the purchase was material and exceeding the materiality thresholds for the district, that it would definitely rise to the level of being a material weakness.
So since it wasn't material weakness, I assume then these differences were not material.
Correct, that is correct, yeah. And the last instance, the two other instances that we noted over cash disbursements, 1 out of 25 of the disbursements that we tested, we were unable to complete our testing because supporting documentation could not be located. And similarly, 3 out of 3 of the revolving checks that we tested or selected for testing, testing could not be completed because the support for those payments could not be located.
Can you go back to the 1 of 25?
Sure.
So just one disbursement of 25 that you asked to, okay.
Yeah, the supporting documentation couldn't be located for that one transaction.
Thank you.
Yeah. And moving on to our findings over state compliance. This was a new area for state compliance. Our state audit guide added this area in the 2018-19 year. And so finding 2019-003 was related to the Comprehensive School Safety Plan, and we are required to ensure that a plan is in place and that it is approved before March 1st. And during our testing, the plan had not yet been in place, covering the 18-19 year. And as a result, the district had to submit a letter to the State Superintendent of Public Instruction by October 15th, which the district did do, that noted kind of plans for having that in place. And the last finding, 2019-004, was related to unduplicated local control funding formula pupil counts. So students that are reported on the CalPADS 1.18 report. And the testing area where we found this issue was related to students that are listed as free or reduced on the CalPADS report. And we were not provided supporting documentation to support 3 of the 3 students that we tested that would support their classification as free or reduced. We then extrapolated that error rate of 100% to the population of students who were only free and reduced on the CalPADS report, which resulted in 10 students that were not correctly classified.
So how, so it was 100% extrapolation, we have 352 unduplicated count. How did you come up with 10?
So the test where we found this error was students that are only listed as free or reduced. So the larger portion of the unduplicated count includes students that are foster youth, homeless, English learners. So the test where we found this error were students that were only classified as free or reduced.
So so we had 10 that are free and reduced, and so all of those were included as an adjustment?
10 that are only free and reduced classification, yeah. And just in conclusion, I'd like to thank management and all the staff that we work with during the audit process. We know that there's been turnover in positions, and everyone has been so helpful in helping us through the audit process and being very transparent during that process. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Sarah, I have one on page 75.
Sure.
I may have missed this when reviewing the draft. the UPP audit adjustment, it has the data input and calculated fields, has the total adjustment enrollment for UPP is 429. Are you including both BMOK and the charter school?
You know, let me look at that. The only error that, or the only difference on here, let's see.
Yeah, that didn't dawn on me when I read out the number 352. A little high, yeah.
So we actually aren't adjusting the enrollment count. We're actually only adjusting the unduplicated count. So you'll see on line 2, it starts as 352, and then it reduces by 10 to come up with 342.
But if it's only Bayside MOK,
right,
we don't have 352 students.
Okay.
So if
let me look. I
yeah.
can look it back at that
Perfect.
and get back to you on that.
Okay, great.
Plus or minus a couple hundred.
And forgive my ignorance, but when would we be receiving checks and cash? Just
So in some cases that can be donations. That could be if students are paying for meals or adults are paying for their meals. I'm trying to think of maybe Robert might have other
We had
instances.
some movie nights where students would pay for a movie, and we didn't do a very good job of tracking the number of kids who came in, who paid X dollars. Therefore, you have a backup of why you have X amount of cash sitting in the bank. But we've changed that.
Okay. Great.
Working with staff.
Are there other questions? Any intent from the audience?
I have one question. The ways that you've indicated we can correct these, does that just come up in a year from now, or is there an interim review? Or
Yeah, so we will, whenever there's an audit finding, we do review that in the next year. So a majority of these findings we do review during what we call our interim period. Most of them came about during that process. So that usually happens in the spring when we perform that visit. But we will report back to the board next year if there were any prior year audit findings and the resolution of those prior year findings.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This brings us to our next presentation of Marin City Counts. Superintendent Garcia, can you...
Do you have any public comment on the audit?
I did ask.
Okay.
This is a presentation by Performing Stars of Marin and Dominican University to share some of their ongoing work around the community engaged art class that they have engaged in with Dominican students and many of our students here at Bayside MLK to support the census efforts. And with that framing, Felicia, I will turn it over to you.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone, and
Good evening.
to the Board of Trustees and to the audience. I'm Felicia Gaston, the Executive Director of Performing Stars. Proud to announce that we will be celebrating our 30-year anniversary this year, 2020. Our nonprofit organization has been surviving and thriving, and it's just super exciting to announce this project. We are super proud that we were able to partner with Dominican University, the students here at Bayside Martin Luther King School, Boys and Girls Club, and this is truly a community school because the use of this facility, the multi-purpose room, made this project especially extremely powerful. We met with a group of 20 interns from Dominican University on an average of 15 to 20 elementary school students here. We met for a total of 12 sessions from August 28th to December 4th, average of an hour and a half on every Wednesday, and with a nutritional food before we ate. So we wanted to make sure the kids were fed properly so they can get into the work. This project is part of the Census 2020, but we call it Marin City Counts, and it's very important because we know that Marin City, like the canal, there's hard-to-reach communities, especially when it comes to the census, and we feel like this art project is something that we can get our community and our residents involved in, and what better way if they know their children was participating in it. We want to dispel the fears about the census and why it's important for our residents to participate in the census. This art project came to me through Professor Lynn Songhag, and she's going to explain how this process works. And then we have a brief slideshow. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. Thank you, everyone. It's really wonderful to be here. It was my absolute pleasure to work with Felicia and have the Dominican University students partner with the Bayside MLK students. The class, as Felicia explained, was a community-engaged art class. And this is an actual methodology and practice in art, where the art is public, but it's, instead of being plopped in the community, the artwork is actually made with and for the community. And I was excited to partner with Felicia and partner with Marin City on behalf of creating artwork in support of the census and in support of Marin City. The Marin City Counts tagline, of course, has a double entendre. And so for our students, I would just want to say, if you can picture in here, every Wednesday afternoon, all the round tables were set up. We had 40 people in here, and relationships were built, which is the cornerstone of community-engaged art. The partners were often the same between the college students and the kids, and we did 3 main projects, starting off with a portrait project with very simple lino cuts that the kids could work on with help of the Dominican students, and then those portraits were then installed in the Golden Gate Village Residency's laundromats, our laundry rooms. And then we wanted to then launch the bigger banner project, if you will, and we'll show you some examples of that. We basically, actually, very much I need to give credit to the art teacher here, Liz Ellen Franz, who helped me brainstorm a good approach to this. And she said, well, just walk with the kids outside and have them show you their favorite places on the playground. So that's what we did. And then the kids, then once we had those images, we worked from them and we made these big, beautiful collage pieces. The Dominican students on our campus were also working on banners that indicated historical figures of Marin City, and Felicia helped make some suggestion with those. And these banners, along with the kids, the images the kids made, we have funding from different grants to have them enlarged and placed on Donahue Street. So be looking out for that. We're going to be launching that in the next week or so. I wanted to just talk about how meaningful this was from the Dominican students' perspective. Not a single student of mine knew Marin City. They drove by it practically every day, many of them, but they just didn't know. And I think this was the most impactful class that I've had and taught, where the students got so much out of working with the community partner and being here on a regular basis. We worked with an asset-based approach. We learned about the grassroots movements, the history of Marin City, the assets in Marin City, the hard work of the community, and the students were extremely inspired. If I could, I'd like to read just a few quotes about some of the takeaways. And so I hope they're just brief, but I hope they inspire you. It gives insight to what their takeaways. This is from their final papers. I not only find the artwork we do to be meaningful, but the relationships we are creating with the students at Bayside MLK are meaningful as well. The students became comfortable with us, and we have gotten to know each other over the last few months. I think the phrase, "in numbers we are strong," is exactly what the census can do for Marin City to bridge their community together and create change. The project alone has brought 2 different communities within Marin County together to create change for the better. I've learned that working together can make a difference, and I can only hope that our goal of increasing participation in the 2020 census is successful. Another quote, "The collaboration has taught me a lot about what it means to create a safe space for everyone involved, to invite all ideas from all backgrounds, to be an empathetic leader and listener for young students, and how to let us start a conversation around something that has historically not been focused on, and much more. Mostly has taught me about what it actually means to make change and all the work that's involved. These are traits that I want to carry out into the world on a daily basis, spreading awareness as much as I can by fostering my own conversations on a personal level." So thank you. Yeah, we'll show you some. Have we started? Okay, we have a slideshow with some of the images of the process and the artwork. Yeah, it's starting.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
Those are the portraits in the laundry room.
Nice. Great. Oh. Fabulous. Huh, nice. That's great.
I think that's the end of that slideshow. And then we have some of the actual artwork here.
It's going to be much larger, and it's going to go on the street posts on Donahue. And then our next project is to have them placed in Golden Gate Village.
So these are the original artworks. They've been digitally reproduced, and they'll be reprinted on outdoor banners to go on Donahue Street.
And we have
So nice.
And so the next thing is we're having a big celebration on the 18th, January 18th, from 1 to 3 o'clock at the Marin City Library. And it's just going to be a big celebration, and we invited all the family members in the community to come and see this and have a big barbecue. It's always a barbecue. Always a barbecue. And we just want you all, we're just super proud of this project because it's going to go, there's so many messages in it. It's not just for the schools, it's dealing with the housing, it's dealing with pride in our community, and this is the best place that we've been able to work with you all, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
So awesome.
Oh, and these banners are for this multi-purpose room.
Oh, wonderful. Do you have the flyers, Felicia, for the event that's happening on Saturday?
Yes, and we did, I had sent it to Itoko, Dr. Garcia.
Yes.
And so we can, and it'll be on my Performing Stars website and your website too.
Yeah, I was asking specifically for tonight, for anyone who is walking out the door, if there are flyers available that they can take with them. Saturday, January 18th, 1 to 3 at the Marin City Library. Yes. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you. Comments?
I'd just like to double down on the thanks that were reflected on the last slide to all of the people that were involved. I was invited to be on the census committee that sat in the library that hatched the idea for this project, and so it's really beautiful to see in a relatively short amount of time what came out of a roundtable of ideas manifested itself as this project. And I just would like to also kind of affirm and acknowledge, along with the film that the Tam High students created in this project, that these are shining examples of what an arts integrated community school looks like, and artifacts that an arts integrated community school can produce. And it was a great joy for me to often, I must have a habit of walking through here Wednesday afternoons because I got to sit with the kids and the guest artists at almost every different point of the development of the projects, from the original cutout stamps to the beginnings of these beautiful things that you see. And I can't thank everybody that was involved enough, because Marin City does count. And these are beautiful representations of why this place matters, why it's special, and why it's a blessing to be from this community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, as an alumni from Dominican University, DU. Any comments from the audience? Did you have a? Please. Yes, please.
This is my assistant, Dr. Lila. She's going to be passing out what I'm presenting tonight. She finished her homework before she came tonight. Good evening, everyone. My name is Karen Allen, and I am from the Marin County Office of Education. I'm really happy to be here tonight, and so grateful to Felicia for inviting me to give a brief presentation. We wanted to come here this evening to let you guys know the outreach plan that the Marin County Office of Education has been engaged in as it relates to the Census 2020 Complete Count. The governor's office has actually set aside quite a bit of money in the efforts for a complete count for this census. I think, as most people have read, the numerous articles that have come out in recent times, and also
in 2019 and leading up to 2019. This is predicted to be the largest undercount that we've had in 2 decades. Most of that has to do with the climate, unfortunately, that we are presented with, and the fear that has unfortunately been instilled in many of our populations, especially our hard-to-count populations across the country, but in our circumstances in the state of California and in Marin County. So the governor's efforts to really engage in a complete count included the distribution of funds to county offices of education. So the Marin County Office of Education has received funding to come up with a plan in engaging students, schools, communities, partners in making this the best, most complete count that we can possibly strive towards. So the Marin County Office of Education is doing a few different things. I am working with the assistant superintendent of one of the assistant superintendents of our county office, Ken Lippy. He and I are working in partnership in executing an outreach plan that we came up with in relation to what we're going to do. So in the beginning of the school year in the fall of 2019, we really started with trying to figure out ways of educating the community. We do believe that children and students are the most trusted messengers that we have. Our goal is really to engage them, to be able to go home and talk to their parents and their community members about how important it is to be counted. In the many meetings that I've participated in learning about the census and also being part of this outreach effort and also part of outreach committees, the one statement that really struck me was by a man named Sonny, who he himself came to this country as an immigrant from Vietnam many years ago. He now works for the U.S. Census Bureau. And in one of the meetings that I went to that was held at the Board of Supervisors at the Civic Center, his comment was about visibility. And really what this census is about trying to convince all of our populations that they deserve to be visible, because when Sonny came to this country and lived in an apartment with 15 other people, his feeling was he was invisible. He did not matter. And so we are taking the approach of making sure that people understand how important they are and that this is about visibility. The other part that is so important is to try to dispel the fear that people have around the census. So we are going out now and trying to engage the schools and the communities in working with parents and community members in these hard-to-count areas, which include 2 different separate tracts in the canal, Marin City, West Marin, and areas of Novato. And so what we're trying to do is just to make sure people understand confidentiality and how important the confidentiality agreements are with the Census Bureau. Also trying to make sure that people understand how the census works and how to respond to the census and what to do when they need help and how to get to a question assistance center and how to get to a kiosk if they don't have a computer at home and what will happen with the information once it is gathered for the census. So I've given a few examples on this slide of some different ways that we are engaging the community. Dominican University is a big partner of ours in this effort. They have offered for their students in the political science department to come in and talk to students in any classroom that wants them to be there. It's important to note that with the Marin County Office of Education support, when we support any of our 18 school districts, it really is in the way of offering as many tools and resources as we have available. And then it's up to the districts to decide, you know what, yes, I'm going to take that offer and I'm going to run with it. So we've created I've called it an order form. We've created an order form that we're going to be distributing to the principals of the different districts where they can decide what kinds of tools and resources they would like to have delivered to their school. We will make all of the copies, we will make all of the posters, we will do anything that needs to be done on behalf of those school districts to then engage with the communities. So one of the things that you see on the screen over on the right-hand side is an informational card that we've created, and that card has some facts on there that are really, really easy facts about the census and about what happens when people do not respond. There is a really big, there's two big things at stake with non-response. The first is that for every person in the United States who does not respond to the census, or let's just take the state of California. Actually, we have to take the state of California because I don't know the numbers for the other states. In the state of California, for every person who does not respond, we lose $1,000 per person per year of federal funding, and that is solely based on the numbers from the census. So if you can imagine, what we're up against is the potentiality of losing $76 million of federal funding every year. And what is ironic, and what is also something that we hope to really reach these communities, is to make sure they understand that those federal dollars goes towards programs that many of these communities are invested in and depend upon. So these are programs such as healthcare, transportation, free and reduced lunch, food stamps, all of the programs that really are federally funded and that people need. Those are the ones that will be affected by non-response rates. The other part has to do with representative seats, and we right now, the state of California, is being predicted that there are 5 to 6 states in the country where we will be losing at least one representative seat in Congress. This, of course, is another big concern, and the last has to do with redistricting. Some of these concepts could be difficult for certain members of our community to understand, so we're going to try to help to digest it in the best we can. But even I was speaking with one of the administrative assistants today at the county office, explaining what redistricting means, which is that if there is redistricting in an area, it is really done in a way that will affect voting, and will affect the voting, the poll places, and where people have to travel in order to vote. So this is another big fear that we have if people aren't going to be participating in the census. There has been a curriculum that is developed in partnership with Sacramento County Office of Education and LA County Office of Education. And the curriculum is for 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th grades. We are hoping that we will get as many teachers as possible who actually want to facilitate the curriculum. It's great curriculum. I went to the training, was able to preview it. We're going to highly recommend it and promote it as something that teachers can use to teach their students about it. And again, we do believe that students, and no matter what age, are our best, most trusted messengers to be able to go home and help their families understand. So where we are right now in our process of outreach is we are at the point now where we are about 3 months away from the census, from Census Day. And we are at a place now where we're really going to dive in and get to try to present to as many schools as possible. Next week I've been invited to go to my children's school. They go to Hamilton Elementary School in Novato and do a presentation for children and also to do a presentation for parents. So we're trying to just get the word out and facilitate as much as we can. We are working in partnership with the County of Marin, as well as any of the other nonprofit organizations that are very involved in the Complete Count. We are partnering with them as much as we can to make sure that we can bring this message to the communities and make it a very positive, inclusive scenario. And we hope to have great success. One of the things that we're going to make sure communities understand is that they have an opportunity to respond before enumerators come knocking on the door. Because what happens after Census Day, for the 3 months after Census Day, is for people who have not responded, they will receive another opportunity to respond, but then they're going to have strangers coming knocking on their door to help them to respond to the census. We want to get in front of that. We don't want to have community members afraid that they're going to have somebody come to their door and come to their home and sit with a family to inspire them and motivate them to answer the census, to respond to the census. So that is my presentation for the evening, and we really look forward to working with this community as well. and engage with Bayside Martin Luther King School and work with Mr. Fanan in trying to get into this school and also Dr. Garcia to get into this school and get the kids really continue their motivation. And this project that Felicia has started in partnership with Dominican University, we're just going to keep on going and keep on riding that wave, because it's really, there's a very positive message that has started, and we want to just continue on with that positive messaging. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you for being so informative.
You're welcome.
I did have one question on on the card that's going to go out.
Yeah.
Census Day is coming. Did you mean for every Californian miss, we lose up to 2,000 in federal?
Well, so it's really interesting because the first number that was put out there was 2,000. Then it was changed to 1,800. Then it was changed back to 2,000. And I just met with our partner from the County of Marin just 2 days ago, and she said, "Oh, Karen, you have to change that. It's now 1,000." And I said, "Oh no, I already have my presentation done."
So it'll be correct.
So excuse me for that,
Yeah.
but it is.
No worries.
And actually, she was told by the state of California, please change your number to 1,000. And they didn't actually give her a reason why, because we actually do think it's closer to 2,000. Maybe it's a less scary number, I'm not really sure. But now we're going to redo the cards. Luckily, there are no schools that have this card yet.
Okay.
So we're going to redo the card and make sure that it says the $1,000 amount.
Great.
It seems like such a wonderful lens through which to see the power of the individual in governance, and yeah.
It really is.
I hope we'll really get this into our civics classes, not that we call them that anymore, but yeah.
It is, yeah. The government and econ students, we're hoping to really engage them in helping us and participating in this effort and getting the word out. We've put some money aside in our budget to offer some incentives, we hope, in some sort of way for the government econ students at the high school levels to be part of this and educate and engage and really get out there as our, they are our future, and really we need to keep on moving forward and moving the
And they
torch
count.
forward. And they count, exactly. One of the populations that is the most affected in the count is actually the 0 to 5-year-olds.
Oh.
Many households don't know that they are supposed to count the 0 to 5-year-olds, and many households are afraid to count their 0 to 5-year-olds. They don't know what is going to happen if they report on their children. Not to mention that how scary it is that you have to actually write the names and birth dates of the children that are living, of every person in the household. But so it's going to take an effort. It's going to take a lot of communication. It's going to take a lot of motivation and also dispelling the fears and encouraging. This is our chance to be visible, and this is our chance to raise our hand and say, no, we're going to make this count, and we're going to get the federal dollars that we deserve to make sure we continue to run programs that are important to our communities.
I'm sure the governor will be happy about that.
Yes.
So are there any other comments?
I guess I just had a question that I hope that you're also reaching out to Willow Creek to make sure that they have the opportunity to have this education as well.
Absolutely, yes. We will definitely be doing that. I'm really fortunate. I'm the coordinator also of the foster and homeless youth programs. So I have 22 liaisons that I work with, one of them being Emily Cox from Willow Creek. And so I have a lot of connections which have become really, really strong connections with our school districts and our community partners. So I'm looking forward to leveraging those relationships and to making this be something that is part of a daily messaging and something that will come really naturally to everyone. So absolutely, we will be including all of the district partners.
Great, thanks. Yeah,
Yes.
I'll just say I did quality control for the 1980 census, and the houseboat community was challenging. And so I think recognizing the folks who are anchored out or living in different kinds of communities is also a really important group. And there are certainly kids in that group, but it's another really important area that we need to be making sure that they're aware of the importance of this as well.
Thank you for that reminder. Absolutely.
Felicia is coming back to the microphone.
Just speaking about the other ways to do education about the census, we will be working with the Marin City Library because they have an account with Ancestry.com, so you don't have to pay. And we're encouraging people to come to the library because I found my grandmother's census in 1940. And I'm thinking now, if they filled out the census back then, during the Jim Crow days, they must have felt it was super important. And if they felt it was important, then we need to know that it's important for us. So don't have the fears, because they were really dealing with a lot of more challenges. So that's going to be happening on the 15th of this month too. But you can go to the library at any time and just register with Ancestry.com and look up your own family's history. And you may like, oh my God, you know, so it's important for them then, it's important for us now.
Thank
so that's
you.
all I want to say.
Yes, that's great.
And President Green, you may have mentioned, but Steve wanted to make sure that I pointed out that he printed out the flyers for the January 18th event, and they are available on the back table.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the presentation.
My pleasure.
All the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any
Have a nice
intent from the
evening.
audience? All right, we're going to move on. That brings us to correspondence, and there are several correspondent pieces within this section. Excuse me. And you know, just as full transparency, either myself or Superintendent Garcia does reply to correspondence. And I'm hopeful, because we get a lot, that has happened in this case. So we do have a card on 7.02, unless there's any inquiries or questions on 701. We're going to move right on to 7.02. Alicia Leach. Oh, okay. So you're combining or Phil? Okay. Okay. Yes. There are two cards here. All right. All right, Phil.
Yeah, sorry. Alicia was here because I was on a flight. Wasn't sure I was going to make it here in time. So I appreciate you responding to the correspondence that I sent in the open letter that I sent to the board. I sent an open letter to the board because I was very concerned. There are 153 students from Marin City and 155 students from Sausalito that attend Willow Creek Academy. And as a parent and a community member and a dad that voted based off the public comments that you all made in the election when you were running, I was very disturbed when I was going through one of the presentations in the board packet and read a line that said, while all students that live in the 94965 are students that live within the district, when families choose to enroll in Willow Creek Academy, they're choosing to enroll in a different district. They're choosing to enroll in a different district. This was publicly written on the board packet in one of the slides. And then I read a statement that said that the district has no fiduciary responsibility to Willow Creek Academy or to its students. I found that really troubling. And so I'd like to ask tonight that you could each clarify publicly with just a yes or no whether you agree with the statement that the families that choose to enroll in Willow Creek Academy are choosing to enroll in a different district, and that you have no duty to consider the interest of these public school students from Marin City and Sausalito when allocating discretionary resources. Let me ask that question again. Do you agree with the statement that the families that choose to enroll in Willow Creek Academy are choosing to enroll in a different district, and that you have no duty to consider the interests of these public school students from Marin City and Sausalito when allocating discretionary resources? So maybe you could answer that question.
So, Mr. Kerr, you may or may not be aware that there's litigation in process that has been brought against the district by the Willow Creek leadership. And so in that regard, I will lend myself on not answering that question because it entails on the basis of what you're asking us in terms of us having duty, specifically financial duty to the charter school.
So let me rephrase the question. Do you think you have a moral duty outside of any litigation, outside of anything there, that you have a moral obligation to the Marin City and Sausalito students that attend schools within this district?
You know, your definition of morality, I don't know what it is. Morality for me is a child eating? Is a child being cared for? Is a child safe and protected? I don't know your definition of morality. And because this is a board meeting by this sitting board, and you have exhausted your 3 minutes, I don't think that it is a question that we can give you an answer to right at this time. But thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Sure.
Appreciate
Seems like a very simple question, and I'd love to hear an answer, if possible, from the board.
I think I gave my answer. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here, and glad you were able to make your flight and get here on time. That brings us to reports.
So, Ida, this is an agendized correspondence, and this has had pretty broad distribution. The IJ's picked it up. It's all over Nextdoor. It's all over Facebook. And I think for us to be totally silent on this is a mistake.
I think right at this time, Josh, we have to lend ourselves to the lawsuits that are pending. For us to be totally silent, we don't write the charter laws. We do not write the charter school laws. I cannot sit here and definitively say, do I not have a moral obligation to the children who attend a school that is authorized by this district? No, I cannot definitively say that. So perhaps you can lend your opinion to it.
I'm certainly prepared to answer. It was an open question to each of us, and I'll answer on behalf of myself, because I don't think this is much of a legal question as it is kind of, as the letter stated, what are our positions, what are our agendas? You know, beyond how the court may interpret it or what the law is, it's a question of, do we feel a responsibility to all the students, all the families in 94965? And I can definitively answer yes. You know, those are our constituents. Those are the people that elect us into office. How could we not be responsible for every resident of 94965, particularly the K-8 population that we serve and their families? I feel responsible to them. We authorize the charter, and we have oversight responsibility for that charter. I don't think that's being contested.
And I think
just let me go ahead and finish my answer to this. And so, yes, that changes some of the governing nature of the district board to those students and those families, but it doesn't abdicate of our high-level responsibility. You know, so, and then the letter also asked about, well, what is our agenda? And I think we should be very clear on that. You know, personally, my agenda sitting here on this board is to improve the academic outcome for all families, all students in this district, 94965, regardless of where they are, particularly the disadvantaged population. But I have more to my agenda. I would want to do that in such a way where families aren't fleeing the district, right? And so I'm very concerned about, you know, I think what's behind your question in open letter and what I'm observing. So I don't think these are legal questions. I think it's more of a, hey, where are we coming from when we vote, when we make our decisions? Who do we think we're responsible to, and are we favoring one set of residents or students over another? And I personally am not trying to do that. I'm trying to serve all residents. And I think that's the heart of what your question is.
Thank you for your perspective on that, Josh. I think where I was coming from and where that was leading to was the financial part of it, the aspect in the funding, the disproportion of the funding. And so if that is the case, it should have always been the case and within, you know, this district. And in terms of, Mr. Kerr, let me just be real clear to you that my moral responsibility to the kids that attend schools within the 94965, of course, like any other parent, like yourself, you know, was making it a point to be here on tonight. You flew in from wherever it is that you flew in just to get here tonight because of the interest that you have, not only for your kids, but perhaps friends of your children. And I did not, you know, run an election or be a part of an election in 2018 not to have a heart for wanting to see quality education within our schools. And that's where we are right now. I can tell you, we cannot re-ring bells. That we can't. But what we can do is we can move forward. And I think that is what we are in the midst of doing right now. So that not only are children who are benefiting from what some may see as a very rich education from a project-based charter school, they want to see it here at this traditional public school because we have had challenges over the past in that happening. As I don't think you were here early to see the video that the Tam High students put together, but when I was one of those who was interviewed, and when they interviewed, I stated that we had one full-time teacher for our middle school. And where does that happen? But it can happen here in Marin City. It can happen here at this school. And so that's something to really think about as well. For me, moving forward, yes, I brought up the whole legality part because it really does come down to this argument on dollars. It really does. It may not from you, Mr. Kerr, but it comes back to the argument on dollars. And I do believe that within your letter, you did state that the importance of making sure that Willow Creek Academy stays afloat. And Superintendent Garcia has not only stated that on multiple occasions, but is working to ensure that that happens. No one is interested in seeing the doors of Willow Creek close. No one is interested in seeing the programs disrupted. Let me make this real clear. That is not something that we have said or want to happen. So with that, I hope we've answered some of your questions. Caroline, did you were going to state? Have something to say?
You know, I guess I echo Josh's sentiment as far as kind of a philosophy, and I've stated this in both my campaigns, that I support all kids, including equitable allocation of taxpayer resources irrespective of which school they attend. And when the budgets have come up, I voted no because I didn't think our future budgets reflected that it didn't necessarily consider keeping all boats afloat at both schools. We're starting to look at adjusting some of that through some of the allocations and trying to help Willow Creek stay afloat going forward. And I see essentially our two schools, two boats, trying to keep them both afloat, but then also we're trying to merge them into the same river and everyone climb aboard the same ship. So I'm hoping that's what happens in the future, and that's what I'm working hard towards. But I hope that through that process, as Josh mentioned, we don't lose families, we don't lose the diversity in the district that is so incredibly important, and that we maintain and improve the programs that we have. So that's been my philosophy, it is my philosophy, and it will be my philosophy going forward.
That's a great analogy considering we're by water.
I think I used it.
So I will say that I absolutely support all the kids in the district, and I think that I've tried to make that really clear. I attend Willow Creek board meetings, I participate actively, I donate to Willow Creek in different activities, and I feel deeply committed that we have to improve the quality of education at this school, and I really think that we need to move to one school, and that's my deep hope. And I think that I really hope that our Willow Creek parents can make that jump, that Sausalito residents can make that jump and come together with Marin City and be one. And I know that Willow Creek has done a great job in that area, and I really hope that people will see beyond whatever their concerns are and merge and make this the most incredible school that it can be, because I think it has just so much strength, so much, that we can be an amazing district together. And so that is my deep hope.
Let's keep hope alive. Deborah, you don't want to...
One of the things that I realized is that hope takes a lot of courage. And I find courage in many of the presentations we've seen tonight. The first of which you missed, Mr. Kerr, and I hope you'll find it. You can find it on YouTube. And in terms of, I came into this role when this school had been decimated. And I agree with Ida, the importance now is to look forward, because looking back doesn't get us anywhere. As Chairman and President Green said, you can't undo what's been done. But we can move forward in a way that we have not seen in this district, except we have seen it. We have seen success. 2008, this was a distinguished school. Somehow that's gotten forgotten. So I feel really clear that this district this governing body is responsible for oversight of the charter school to make sure that it's fulfilling its obligations. That's really clear to me, that is what we have to do. And I think there are, issues there in terms of some of the student population not being well served. And that's a problem we should all be worried about and committed to. And I agree with Trustee Huff, and I agree with many of the parents who have been working so hard in the unification effort that the path forward is the way to go. It's how we can put to rest the divisiveness that is really hot, burning embers in everybody's hand. So I don't think I've answered your question, which I fear is underlying about money. I'm not going to answer that question, because it's a complicated question. And I will answer. I see Alicia shaking her head. And maybe it's not complicated for you, but for me it is. And I think there's a significant difference between diversity and equity. Diversity and really serving your students. I kind of made up a little analogy this morning when I wasn't sleeping at 5, and that was, okay, we're going to have a school for everybody, and we're going to offer uniforms, and we're only going to have small, medium uniforms. And if those uniforms don't fit you, too bad. And that's the difference in my mind between diversity and equity and real service, real education. And that's what I think we can do in this unification effort. So I'm courageously hopeful right now.
Superintendent, were you going to the mic?
I just might offer to the discussion the resolution that was unanimously passed by this board, unification. And we have another resolution to extend that process to make sure that it is robust and inclusive and effective, and that it meets the needs of everybody involved in the discussion.
Thank you. Before we move on, any intent from the audience on 7.02? Yes.
Hello, my name is Ellen Franz, and I'm a teacher here at Bayside MLK. And I come in response to some of the conversation here as a person who's been here since 2002. And I'm particularly struck by having stood before a couple of the board members, you, Josh, and you, Caroline, for a number of years saying, we have to have our counselor. And you saying, I'm so sorry, we just, at public board meetings saying, we please don't. And now the conversation is we need to float all the boats, but that is not what was going on when the programs were decimated here. I think that's important to say. In saying that, I, who lived through the decimation along with the students and the staff here at Bayside MLK, see the positive energy of Willow Creek people and Bayside MLK people and community members coming together to say, let's take care of this together. And so I find it incredibly disheartening, some of the divisiveness that is coming. I've gone to the court hearings. I was at the court hearing from which Mr. Knowles returned, a board member at Willow Creek Academy, saying, do you know that those lawyers said that there is no duty? This was a legal argument being used in relation to a lawsuit. And to pull just that comment out and use it as an inflaming is not helpful in relation to our going forward. So I ask all of us to find a way, please, let's come together and stop the divisiveness. We can do this together.
Thank you. We're going to move along, folks.
Usually after public comment, we bring it back to the board, and I'd like to say something.
Thank you for
Briefly.
reminding me, Josh. I tend to forget these critical things.
So, you know, the comment on the budget, I think, was really important. And I think we've had a lot of discussion about some of the problems with the past budget. And I've personally acknowledged some of the problems with that past budget. But I think we're doing three major things now, which are quite controversial. One of which is a current budget, which I think is just repeating the mistakes of old, but flipping the schools. And the other thing is the way we've voluntarily entered into a settlement with the Attorney General and how that's being perceived as, well, who are we really supporting and raising these questions? And I have some concerns about that settlement. And the third is our whole unification process. And while I want to acknowledge there's a lot of positive energy and some good things that are coming of it, there are a lot of concerns around that process as well, and kind of where it's headed and the concerns that it's creating and the flight that it's creating. And so I don't think Mr. Kerr is alone in asking the questions of, hey, we've made statements on our positions. In fact, the statements tonight sounded very similar in some ways. There are some differences, but at a high level they can sound similar. But our voting records and our views of these controversial issues are very different, currently with about a 3-2 split. And so it begs these questions, like where are you coming from when you vote this way or when these statements are made? And I think they're very fair questions, and our public is very confused over where we stand. And that's why I think it's in my view, you know, past mistakes acknowledged. I vote against the current budget. I have vote with concerns on the Attorney General settlement. I vote, you know, or I don't even know that I was here to vote on the unification thing, but I have concerns over that. And I think it's fair for me to be on record with that.
Thank you. And Josh, I think it has been really difficult since you haven't been able to attend so many meetings. And I think that there's been a lot of discussion, and I think it's really hard when people don't get to hear and they're not aware of the communications that we have. How many times at our meetings where we say, are we including Willow Creek? Is this part of, you know, how do we work together? And all the effort that's gone on to unification. And I'm really sorry that, that you haven't, because I think you're pointing out a really important thing, that without knowledge, it is hard. And, but I hope, I deeply, deeply hope that we will focus on trying to make this work, because I heard in the campaign that Willow Creek wanted to, that you and others saw this as the solution to come to one school. I hear that from Willow Creek leadership, from the resolution, very strong. We want to come together as one school. I hear it from this board. We want to come together as one school, and I really, really hope that we can put our energies there.
I think it's all about how we do it.
And not continue to do that. So
it's all about how we do it.
Well, and I would really love to encourage everyone in this room to come to some of the town halls, or at least some of the, for whatever reasons, you have chosen not to participate, and that really makes me sad and discouraged as a board member. It undermines what I feel is a functioning board, and I've thought many times about calling you and saying what's going on, because I've valued many of our conversations, but it seems, I get it. It's not going my way, so I'm not going to talk.
Let me clarify. Because of the Brown Act, all we can do is stand there and watch. We cannot participate in those meetings. And so, I'm able to talk to the people before they go and after they go. And I've had a ton of conversations with people participating in those meetings, which I can't even do at the meeting, right? And so I can be briefed on it and I can observe it. So I'm very clued in. I don't have a lack of knowledge of what's going on in unification. And that's what's causing my concern, is what I'm hearing and is reflected in the questions.
Well,
I think we need to kind of embrace that and figure out how do we mitigate those concerns, not my personal concerns, but our residents' concerns.
And I think that is what has been stated in terms of moving forward. And even if you can't have a conversation in some of the unification town hall meetings, our presence just in itself says a lot. And I also feel that, when you have the divisiveness right here from your public officers, that it reciprocates to our communities. And so if we can't be on the same page, certainly our community members, leaders, and others are seeing that. And yes, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate when we're talking about budgetary things and we don't have the full buy-in. But for myself, I am hopeful that we can absolutely, once again, come together. We're talking about this unification and moving forward with it, so that history does not repeat itself for our children, Lena, like your son, Jackson, when he becomes an adult. I don't know your children, Phil, but I know that Lena is on the board at Willow Creek, and I know that she wants for her children as other children within this community to have great opportunities. I hope that it doesn't repeat itself. As you missed in that video, in the 1960s, they were having the same conversation that we're having today, and it's sad. It's really sad that we're having these same conversations today. We need to not be a part of the problem, but a part of the solution, and pushing way beyond, because we can, this small little district can change the world as far as I'm concerned. We certainly can. When we were out on that blacktop with the Attorney General, and we did that when the announcement happened, I said then that what happens in this district is going to make a difference for states throughout this country. So I really think that things can happen right here within our within the two schools that are within the district and in the district boundaries. Any other comments? Superintendent Garcia, I know you're going to be quick on your report.
I will do my
because
best.
we're moving on with reports. Thank you, Mr. Kerr, for being here tonight. Thank you for your letter.
Interestingly enough, the first line of my superintendent update is about meeting with Willow Creek parent and unification work group member Yasmin McGrain. And although we didn't receive any speaker comments, her letter is also included as board correspondence, and I'd like to invite folks to read it. Might provide some multiple perspectives on people's experience that are participating, are coming to town hall meetings. I also have had a series of meetings with different folks that are participating on the desegregation advisory group. Notably, one community member here from Marin County, Robert Rubin, who not only has agreed to come to the desegregation advisory group, but is interested in piloting a mock court program here at Bayside MLK. Wow. We had our unification town hall meeting Tuesday, December the 17th, a few days after our last board meeting. Anybody who was unable to attend, I would invite you to look at the district website and review the video. It was hopeful, it was generative, it was spirit building, it was forward looking, it was asset based. And that is the spirit in which I have experienced dozens of folks from Willow Creek, from our community, from Bayside MLK, and from our Unification Task Force members. That meeting was, I think everybody walked away from it with wind in their sails. I had a meeting with the Sausalito Women's Club around their scholarship that they give annually to Bayside MLK students and to Willow Creek students, and how that might support the scholarship work that we are mandated to do by the settlement, but also the work that we're lining up with our Teacher of Color pipeline. I met with Sharika Gregory from the Culture and Climate Work Group to talk about some of her individual ideas around how to improve culture and climate at a unified school. Had our monthly meeting with the CSEA, our bargaining partner. Had a meeting with SMCSD trustee Morgan. Met with Kurt and Emily to discuss the details of the plan to support Willow Creek through the transition. We were actually supposed to meet again yesterday, and I just want to put out, Kurt was unable to make that meeting at a family emergency, so just well wishes to him and his family. I hope everybody's okay, and we have a meeting scheduled tomorrow to continue that conversation. We had our first desegregation advisory group meeting. There's also video of that if anybody's interested in seeing how that went. We looked at the history of education, legislation, and policy in the United States of America, and here in Sausalito beginning in 1925. And I would invite anybody that's interested in this topic in any way to deeply take a look at those timelines. They are very telling, and you know, one thing that I want to kind of lift up from the comment that you made about, you know, hey, look, we were doing it in the 60s and we're doing it now. And that timeline's very telling in that regard of the history of how this has gone back and forth between Sausalito and Marin City, regardless of school configuration. And one thing that we actually are doing very differently in 2019 and in 2020 is we're doing this together. There has never been a community-led effort. This has always been done by outside experts or 4 people in a room that have then come and turned out a plan for this community. And there's something different happening right now. There's dozens of people that are committed to creating a plan for unification, a plan for integration. And the most common refrain I've heard from the work groups, particularly those that have submitted final reports, is we want to keep meeting. We want to keep working together to figure out how to do this well. We also had a town hall meeting around the desegregation order after that desegregation advisory group meeting. I continue to meet with cabinet regularly. Trustee Barrow and I met. You know, and in full transparency, I'm aware of the concerns or of the potential for people to leave, and I'm committed as the superintendent here, as I think every member of this board is committed to working towards unification and retaining all of our current families and hopefully attracting some families that are not at either school. We can build a world-class school together. We had our staff holiday luncheon. It was really nice. Great staff to come together, appreciate how we started, the different obstacles that we've climbed together this year, and really where we're going together in the new year. I met with one-on-one with the representatives of the Willow Creek Unification Committee, Alina and Johanna, and to address some concerns that they had. And we ended up meeting 2 more times during the break, 2 days after Christmas and 2 days after New Year's. And if you want evidence of a commitment towards unification from everybody in this process, I think there's nothing more evident than that. People really, we came together, we shared food. I have a firm commitment from the Willow Creek Unification Committee and from the entire board that they're committed to unification, just like this board is unanimously committed to unification. And I too just want to invite everybody for that to be the focus of what we're doing together. I also met with Jim Henry, another Willow Creek board member, over the break, although it was separate from the unification meeting. And we had a very detailed conversation around my understanding of the Willow Creek budget and what he put forward. And he provided even more information for us to have a meaningful conversation and discussion about how to move forward together. I've had a couple meetings with Dr. Satterwhite, who will be the facilitator and convener of the desegregation advisory group moving forward. One, the Friday, the 3rd of January, and another actually just today, along with our PR firm. Our community school manager, Mr. Reynolds, was party to that first meeting, so that we're gonna really begin coordinating these efforts together so that hopefully everybody in our community that's interested has opportunity, has access, has the information that they need to make an informed decision about the future of education in the 94965. I had another shared governance team meeting. I'm happy to report that we've got 2 versions of a draft calendar for next school year in January. Hopefully, we'll bring those to our members and bring one of them before you next month so that the future is even clearer. We also have been working in that group. Interestingly enough, it was in the audit finding on our emergency preparedness plan, and we hope to bring that to you all as well by the March deadline so that in the event of any emergency, we are all well prepared and coordinated, and we have a playbook. Everybody knows what to do. I also met with the new managing director of the Community Services District to talk about the development of an MOU about how we share space back and forth between the CSD and our community school. It's been informal and we'd like to formalize it. It shouldn't increase any costs, but just really memorialize an understanding of how we share space together. In particular, that will provide a formal agreement for the use of the gym in inclement weather or when it's too hot or when it's too cold, and also how they can access using our space here as a community school. I had 2 meetings with members of the Fit Tag work group since my last update, and I'm very excited about the work that they have put together, and they'll have some recommendations for us forthcoming shortly about a pathway forward and how to solve some of these stickier questions that have been brought up. I met with Vanessa Lyons, our garden teacher, to talk about launching a Conscious Kitchen Ambassador program here at Bayside MLK so that our students have the same opportunities to interface with the Conscious Kitchen that kids at Willow Creek currently enjoy. We talked about rebooting the school Iron Chef competition. I'm sure those of you that have been around a long time remember that Conscious Kitchen actually was not originally a food service program, but it was basically a culinary competition. That's another area of collaboration that we'd like to see moving forward between both school communities and both kitchens. Have had some really generative and wonderful meetings with the Sausalito Marin City Little League representatives, Mr. Al Spector. You'll see a drive for enrollment in the Sausalito Marin City Little League at both schools. One of the things that I miss a lot about my childhood growing up in this area is how we used to play together. Little League used to be really important for kids between Sausalito and Marin City to build teams, to get to know each other, to build relationships. And I just want to encourage everybody in our community, if you have a T-ball age or a minor league or a major league aged kid and you maybe think they might have a glimmer of loving baseball, go ahead, try out, check it out, support our local Little League. I also had a wonderful meeting today with the Dean of the Teacher Credentialing Program at USF. I will be bringing before this board an MOU to finalize all the partners for our Teacher of Color pipeline moving forward, and they were very excited. They gave their full commitment, and I fully expect to see a candidate pool of teachers of color for open positions here in the Sausalito Marin City School District, but not just here at Tam High and in Mill Valley as a result of this pipeline. I'd like to point out that this board approved a contract for teachers of color to engage in a PLC from both schools in the December board meeting. A lot of folks didn't stay for that, but it's just another example of how we are really moving forward together with the best interest of students at the center of our vision. We had an initial strategy meeting with the Facilities Master Planning Group, laid out the timelines, community meetings, set an overall vision, and I think Dr. Clark has some answers to some outstanding budget questions that came up at the last meeting as well. He will furnish those in a communication. Moving forward, as I shared, we are in a new era of correspondence with Willow Creek leadership around information. It's gotten very easy and transparent and open, and I think that's a really good sign. I just received a note today around the special ed agreement. We're waiting for final approval. But board member Vandermolen is going to provide us with a modified agreement week after next, and we'll meet for final ratification. So things are really moving forward. Prop 39, ongoing discussion with Kurt tomorrow and Emily tomorrow. And so that'll conclude my update for the evening, but it's been a busy, even though we only had 2 business weeks since the last board meeting, we still squeezed in a lot of business.
No doubt, touche. Yeah. Is there any attempt from the audience to ask questions? Yes, Mr. Kerr. I'll add that to your card.
Dr. Garcia, I really appreciate your comments on bringing people together and some of the other comments I've heard on people bringing people together, and I think those comments are hopeful. But the legacy of this board is going to come down to kind of what the result is. And I think my fear, I hear the comments, My fear is there's a conversation that isn't happening with that. It's easy to have that conversation. There's been a lot of conversations that go back to the old wrongs as well. I was there at Willow Creek when people came over and ripped the playground equipment out, came install it here. It leaves these lasting things. I know there's people at Bayside MLK that saw the library cut, saw the books being taken out. It leaves these lasting things that are really hurtful to get over. So then it's easy to start talking about unification and talking about coming together and talking about the outreach. But there's a problem with that because it's not courageous enough. It's not really courageous. It's the sugarcoating part of it. We need to acknowledge that there is a conversation going on out there and a feeling that there's an agenda, an anti-charter agenda that's driving a lot of actions, and that there's a conscious effort to defund Willow Creek. And there's a ping pong that's happened back and forth. Ida, you referred to this history and this past, and my fear, my true fear in all this, is that what it's going to create is people will flee. And it's happened before in this district. And those hurtful feelings that came to Bayside MLK, those hurtful feelings in the past that happened to Willow Creek are about to happen again at Willow Creek. The cuts are going to happen, they're going to be felt. And what's going to happen with that? The courageous conversation also needs to acknowledge that this district, people that live here, there's groups that have no choice on where they go to school. And there's groups that through both financial resources and scholarship and involvement have opportunity to make that choice. And we have to acknowledge that. That's a reality of this district. And that reality in the past has led to people fleeing when they feel that they don't have the support. And when there's public comments posted that say kids that go to Willow Creek are not in this district, it's going to cause people to flee. When there's budget cuts, as there are, it's going to cause people to flee. And I think there's a hope. There's a hope that if you cut Willow Creek, or if Willow Creek was to go away, that people would courageously go to the other public school. And I don't think that's an honest conversation. And I think you need to acknowledge that. And I think the acts will show that. Budgetary acts and recognition of the success of Willow Creek in bringing together people from both sides will be really important, just like it's important to recognize Bayside MLK. It's so important to recognize everybody here that's part of this district. So I hope you can build that legacy. I hope you can take those actions that demonstrate that. So you will build that legacy of the ones that did unify this district. Because right now, we're not acknowledging all the conversations that are going on. That's not happening. People are starting to flee. And that's going to happen, that's going to continue, and it's going to undermine your success, which I desperately want to see. We all desperately want to see. We want to see the unification happen. We want to see you pull it off and be the ones that we talk about for generations that did what wasn't possible from these other boards that have done this ping pong back and forth. But the ping pong is about to happen again. You have to acknowledge it. You have to act in a way that brings everybody into it, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm just hopeful that we will just keep pushing forward, push on. So for those who feel that way, I hope that they will be in the arena of let's move forward. Don't jump ship. Let's move forward. Mr. Fanan.
Good
Happy
evening.
New Year.
Happy New Year. So I'm excited to come back and share with you some data with regard to our round 2 of the MAP assessments. We did MAP in September, and then we just did it in December, and I have that data for you tonight. I'm going to share it with you in 2 different ways. One is looking at all the students that we assessed last year and showing the data this year compared to last year of all students. And then I also have peer cohort data where we did end up, Josh, I think it was worth it and important with the low numbers when we get new students and they're really high or they're really low, it just changes the landscape of all the data. So Andrea and I sat down and went through and created peer cohorts of kids that took the assessment in the winter, if you will, December of last year, and that are still with us this year. And so you can see the growth. And in some cases, not. at different grade levels. Overall, I think the news is really exciting, but there definitely are areas where we have work to do. I thought we should start with some pictures of who we're talking about. This is Miss Kelly's class, second grade, and you see Mr. Jamal there, and Derek works in that classroom as well. Jamal was just, didn't have any customers in Panther Paws, so he was out helping in a classroom. One of our first graders, and then this is a small group of kids that are working actually with our new block scheduling with ELD in first grade, I believe. Yes, first grade. And then finally, this was actually a picture from today, because I didn't have any middle school kids. These are two students that are working on adding adjectives and adverbs to their initial opening sentences with Mr. Holcomb. So to remind you what the MAP assessment is, it's an individualized assessment, and it adapts to each student's learning level. And the intention is to measure precisely where each student is in the growth that they make. The scores are recorded or reported as RIT scores, which is a RASH unit, and I would need way more time than you want to spend to explain exactly what that is. But it's in general, it's an estimation of a student's instructional level. And again, it measures progress and growth, or in some cases, lack thereof. And we administer this assessment 4 times a year: September, December, March, and June. Whoa, that does not look the way I created it.
Boo.
Not at all like, that's.
What happens? PowerPoint.
So there should be over there, Brandon, on the, that December 18 should be way over, and then there should be data underneath it.
Should it fill the whole screen?
You can't get sick.
I've been trying. I think it's over. I mean, it's getting over. Boo.
There you go.
You're amazing. Thank you. So what I want to tell you about as we go into this is the information that you see closest to the MET, demonstrated or no growth in each category for ELA and math are this year's percentages. And then over on the right side are last year's December percentages. So when we look at the kids from, this is from, just a snapshot of how they looked in December of 2019, and then how they looked in different kids. These are not the same kids. These are just first graders last year and first graders this year. Okay, not the same kids. So we had 100% of our kids this year demonstrating growth or meeting or exceeding their target. Last year we had 80%. So there's an improvement there, although we're a little shy, looks like one student shy of the 33% meeting or exceeding last year. So not quite as high there, but we have every kid making growth, whereas last year we had 20% not making growth. With math, you can see the data there. Not quite as strong in the meeting exceeding, but stronger in growth. This is second grade. In both math, and English language arts more success with this group of second graders in December than with last year's group of second graders. This is third grade. Third grade has been a challenge. We have work to do. Miss Bunting who has a brand new beautiful baby girl, by the way, born on December 26th. She and Flora Sanchez, as you remember, ran our kindergarten program in wildly successful manner for the last 2 years. And based on our enrollment and configurations, Lauren was moved to third grade, so this is her first year in third. We also have 3 students that two are not entirely new to Bayside, but the 3 are new to Bayside this year. And so it's changed a little bit of the dynamic and brought forward, in addition to the rest of the students, some different needs. And we're still working on our way through that. But you can see that with regard to English language arts, there's work to do for sure with 42% of our kids not making growth. And we've looked closely at that. Lauren's now on maternity leave for the next 12 weeks. We have a fantastic substitute, Miss Wilson, who's been working in our middle school as a volunteer for the last 2 years, agreed over break. I think you heard from Dr. Garcia that we had a substitute lined up, and she called me the Thursday before vacation and said that it wasn't going to work for her. And she felt really bad about it, but it wasn't going to work. And so Steve quickly posted it for us, and then I had this thought that I ought to see if I could convince Avril to jump down to third grade and help us out. And she's remarkably enthusiastic and engaged. Ms. Keenan has been in every day, all day, assisting with the curriculum and instruction because there's some pieces that are new to Avril. She's a single subject math and science teacher. So she can teach language arts and history, but understanding how reading and writing workshop works is not something that's familiar to her. So Andrea's been in there supporting her virtually every minute of every day for the last 4 days. And I'm pleased to say that things are going really well.
Great.
This is fourth grade. Strong EL, meeting exceeding. Not quite as strong in math this year compared to last, but all kids demonstrating growth. Fifth grade. 4-5 is another, you'll recall that the configuration that we have is a 4-5 combo. It's our second largest class. We have 20 kids in that class with 2 discrete grade levels. And math in particular has presented opportunities for us to solve problems, if you will. It's been challenging. There are really 4 discrete, very discrete levels of kids with regard to their math, and 1 teacher and 1 success coach cannot teach those 4 cohorts of groups, if you will, at the same time in the same classroom. So we have redesignated, and I have Andrea Keenan, our instructional coach, now teaching 5th grade math exclusively every day, 5 days a week, with our 5th graders for the first hour in the morning. She works out of the portable that we share with Bridge the Gap in the morning, and then the kids return to the classroom. Mr. Cully has a cohort. He has 2 cohorts that kind of alternate with him and Miss Bonner, the success coach, and then a small group of the kids that have really clear SAI minutes in special ed are with Mr. Edney in his classroom. So we feel like we have a good plan, but it's taken some work to get it in place. These are our 6th through 8th grade results. which are really exciting. I didn't know if I would survive middle school the last couple of years, and now it's the happiest place, truly the happiest place to be on this campus. And there's others, but it is wonderful up there. Now what I'm going to share with you now is true cohort. So these are the exact same kids in December of 18 and December in 19. This first slide are first graders in 18 and second graders in 19. So the class mean RIT as a class was 163.1. The norm RIT, so the national normed RIT was 171.5. So we were 8.4 RIT points behind the national norm. As of December 19, our RIT average is higher than the national average in second grade by 2.7 RIT points. So our kids have gone from being well below grade level compared to the national norm to above. And that is really exciting and a testament to the work. As I told the staff yesterday in the staff meeting, this isn't just a testament to the work of our teachers and success coaches, but it matters the interactions that kids have with Armando and Chef Maurice, with the interactions they have with Julius and Jamal and Claire and Allura and Jameer and Phil and the folks out on yard supervision, Anita and LaDonna, and folks in the district office that are doing the work and interacting with kids as they come and go. The hordes of volunteers that we have. The maintenance and operations staff and the custodial staff. As I'm saying these now, I know I'm going to miss someone, but my point is that all of these people make up this environment that allows our kids in both reading and math in December of 2019 to be achieving as a class norm higher than the national average. That is really exciting. This is second graders moving into third grade. So not quite such a dramatic outcome, but moving in the right direction in both categories.
Can I interrupt you there?
Please.
This slide in particular, the last one as well, this is exactly why I wanted to see the cohort, because when we don't see it, we see, oh, they're behind. And you're closing the gap. And I'd love to see that. And in comparing like different kids, it's not the same kids. You don't know if you're closing the gap, but I'm so happy to see this. Thank you.
You're welcome. I knew when we were doing it, yes, I said, Andrea, we need to do cohorts. And she said, you've got to be kidding me. And we needed to do it. And as we were doing it, I said, Josh will be so happy with these slides. But it's the right thing to do, in particular because we're so small. These are third grade into fourth. There's some data here that isn't quite as positive, but it's an opportunity for us to look closely at what's happening and then address it. So in ELA, our fourth graders this year, they're just about exactly on par with the national norm. In math, from last year, December, to this year, as fourth graders in December, we've lost some ground. And we had Andrew and I have had a lot of conversations. We had another conversation yesterday trying to look closely at it with Mr. Cully. I think the combination class and getting things settled with math, we got off to a sluggish and difficult start because we had to identify exactly what to do once we realized what we were doing wasn't working, and then had to move the pieces around and adjust the schedule. So I feel better about it. But clearly this is not the direction that we want to be going. You're going to see as we get in the upper grades that in some areas we're moving in the right direction. we're also farther behind. And I think I've talked to you for the last 2 years about the fact that we're not disinterested by any means in the upper grade kids. In fact, you're going to see some really exciting data in a minute about the middle school. But the reality is that what we can control the most in building from the bottom up is when the kids start here and we keep them and we move them forward with a staff that has been trained in the same manner. We have the arrows pointing in the same direction. We have people on board that are committed to the same expectations, both academically and socially, emotionally. And I think that our younger kids have benefited and are benefiting from a consistent plan that we've now put in place about how we're going to do this work. And then with the new folks that have joined our staff and the mentorship that Dr. Garcia that I've talked about, for instance, with ELD students, the support that has given me is, I think, going to further support our kids, but it takes time to get that in place. And then, of course, the work that Jameer and Phil are doing in our community school and the outreach that we're doing, I think all those pieces will have an impact. But the older kids were not the beneficiaries of a school that was prepared to serve them well when they were younger. And so we're closing the gap, but we're not where we need to be. And again, these fifth graders, like the fourth graders, did not get the best we had to offer this fall. So this is not perfect data, but it was worth putting together. Maybe if you're a statistician, you'd say it was absolutely not worth putting together. So if you are a statistician, don't look. But basically what we did is we just took all the writs from the 5th, 6th, and 7th graders from last year, and we added them up, and then we divided by the number of kids, so we could get kids last year in 5th, 6th, and 7th grade, what the class writ was for the middle schoolers, if you will, in English language arts and in math. And so you can see that as a group, as a cohort, and these are pure cohorts, the kids that were in 5th, 6th, and 7th grade, how they were doing, 203 as an average in ELA, 208 in math, and now how they're doing in December of 19. They've grown 10.6 points as a class and 8.7 points as a class in math. And so those kids are moving in the right direction. And their scores are not only here indicative of that, but also this shows us that our kids are moving, our middle school kids are really thriving. And if you spend time upstairs, they're still middle school kids, but if you spend time up there, it just feels like a different place. And I don't want to shortchange the TK5 teachers because they're working really hard and are making big differences. But it was such a glaring need, and it was so obvious to anyone that came here, and it feels really good to have stuck with it and insisted that we focus on the strengths that our kids have, and now they're just blossoming so beautifully, and they feel so good about themselves, which just breeds more success. I also wanted to share with you that Dr. Thornton will be pleased to hear this. It took me 2 years and 4 months, surely, but I'm getting with the program. The school has a history here of having some really neat incentives so that the kids could feel like they're not only collectively as a class or a group, but also individually striving to do their best. And so Ms. Fung and Mr. Edney and I are meeting next week, and starting with our March SRI, the reading inventory, the Read 180 scores that I shared with you at the last meeting, and our March MAP data, and then proceeding into the rest of the year, and then even into August as we get our CASP data back. We are going to begin to create some different levels of achievement. So if you make, I'm making this up, but if you meet your target in MAP in round 2, you get a certificate. In round 3, you get a medal. In round whatever it is. But we know that we need to, not that we need to, we know that the kids will be further inspired and excited about engaging in this work and working hard, not only when they take the assessment, but in between the assessments, if we give them incentives. And our plan is to have individual incentives, and then we also want to have incentives for the class, so they feel like they're working as a team. But for some kids, as Kelsey Corrales was telling me, our unconditional education coach, she said, you know, David, the all for one for all is important, but sometimes not everybody buys into that right away. And so if you can have individual ways in which they can get acknowledged as well, maybe that's the thing that launches them into also looking around and saying, oh, I'm going to do this for the rest of the people in this room as well. So I'll be telling you more about that the next time I see you. Thank you very much. And any questions? And it's now currently like 47 degrees in this room.
No kidding.
Yeah. I have a couple. Like I said, I love the cohort data. I'm hoping that in future years, you just add years to the cohort, like we see 3 years and then 4 years, et cetera, where appropriate, right? You can't do it for first grade, but just to see that trend over a longer time. Because you've already done the work on it, and you just add the next year, right? And I think we had a request, I don't know if it applies to MAP data though, to compare to not just the, I don't know if that's a national writ or a state writ, but to look at county. Is that only CASP, or can we do that with MAP as well?
Well, I guess we could identify which schools in the county use MAP, and then we could see if we could have access to their data. I don't think that it's public data.
Okay. Yeah.
But we could, see schools that use it and ask if we could access their data, but it's not like CASP where you can see everybody's data.
Yeah, it sounds like maybe too much work. CASP, comparing to county, I guess was the request. So, okay. I think that was it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I would hope that if we did do that type of work, that it's comparative to a school our size, for now, at least, until we get the hundreds of kids.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't agree. I think that it's great to compare to the national average, and we're starting to hit and exceed it. And then, regardless of size, like our closest peer group, in the targets we really want to shoot for are kind of, how are we doing in a county like this? Can we bring this school, our district, up to our contemporaries, regardless of size? And that's a bigger challenge and take a longer time. But just to have the target out there and to see the progress against it, because you're making progress against all the targets, right? No matter how far away they are. So I would love to see that. So. Yeah, exactly.
I could be wrong. I'm like 60 kids versus 200 kids, but what do you have to say?
I just might offer what may be the most valid and high leverage comparison is regardless of size, how schools with similar demographics might be doing compared to our school, and then how we might compare overall to the county. I think one of the things that we kind of have committed to in the unification process is saying that, our ultimate benchmarks is we need to create a school that is producing results on par with
Mill Valley, with Ross Valley, with Miller Creek, and really still disaggregating by race and really attending to the ways that different school systems are performing and serving African American students, because while our overall data may not always measure up when we disaggregate by race, our African American students are performing quite well in comparison to their counterparts in other schools in this county and in this state, and that's not something to be overlooked.
Thank you. Are there other questions? I don't see any cards. Is there any attempt from those of you who are left in the audience? All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Principal Fanan. That brings us to the LCAP update with Jameer.
The Willow Creek report.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
I
Willow
will
Creek. I didn't see Emily and, is there a representative here for Willow Creek?
I will do my best Emily Cox impression for you all this evening.
Okay.
You're on camera.
Are you riding a motorcycle?
Moped. Enrollment has not changed since the last update, currently at 375 students. I'm going to speak about myself in the third person here, so pardon the awkwardness of that reality. Itoko has pledged $3,000 from SMCSD so that all of our staff can participate in a courageous conversation training together on Monday, March the 23rd, which is also a professional development day. Willow Creek board members and after-school staff are invited to attend as well, along with any BMLK staff members who may have missed the summer training. We have onboarded a few people since we trained the whole organization. Emily reached out to Jameer and requested that he share the community resource manual that he created for BMLK families, to which he kindly agreed. He has also offered his direct contact information for Willow Creek Marin City families who may need extra assistance. Emily attended a grant information workshop at the Senior Center in Marin City upon invitation from Terry Green, and met with Bishop Logan to discuss the prospect of Cornerstone Community Church adopting Willow Creek in terms of providing classroom volunteers for younger grade classrooms and mentors for boys in grades 5th through 8th. Emily attended the Collaborative Youth Services Birth Career meeting on Wednesday at 10 at Bridge the Gap. I was looking forward to further developing partnerships with Marin City Community Service organizations. Willow Creek facilitated a recruitment effort by Mr. Damian Morgan for a middle school basketball league for Bayside MLK and Willow Creek, consisting of 2 girls and 2 boys teams in grades 5 through 8. First girls game was this afternoon. I think I heard there might have been 2 games even this afternoon.
The boys played as well.
Yeah.
My son's on that team.
All right.
They won 78 to 7 against a team in Mill Valley. Wow. But I'm sad to report my son missed about 50 shots, it looked like.
Well, it's nice to hear that we're competitive with Mill Valley in some regards. Office staff and a parent council co-chair will attend the Welcoming Environment Workshops, a 2-part series offered through MCOE. Focuses on increasing family involvement, exploring issues of equity and cultural competence with families. The LCAP update, they're currently in the seeking stakeholder input phase. We'll implement some surveys. They have partnered with Youth Truth to survey staff, students, and families. Surveys will go live on the 13th, close the 24th. Parent Council is planning a Marin City survey evening at Starbucks to encourage broader participation. Results will be shared at the February LCAP advisory planning session. Cost of school lunch was increased from $4.75 to $5.75 in order to help narrow the deficit and sustain the Conscious Kitchen program. And the next enrollment tour is scheduled for Friday, January 17th, and will be led by student ambassadors in 7th and 8th grade. And that concludes my Emily Cox head of school update.
Not that it matters. It was 68 to 7. I remembered wrong.
It was what?
68 to 7, not 78.
Yeah, well, there's one kid who can make 40 of those shots by himself. I don't know if you're prepared to answer any questions.
I can do my best.
There's no cards. Any attempt? We're moving on. Mr. Reynolds, Community School Manager.
Hello, beautiful people. I know it's kind of late, but thank you for sticking around. Before we get started, I just want to say that we are in a great position to build an LCAP that is representative of our community. We do not have to stand for the cookie cutter. We can actually build upon it. And so what I have created was our LCAP accountability plan and strategic plan process. And so one of the key outcomes while developing the LCAP is to review the alignment of strategic plan / LCAP in the development process for spring 2020. For some of you may not know that we are at the beginning stages of the LCAP, which will last for 3 years. So we can actually build in programs, again, as I reiterated, that represents the community and the community needs. Provide an opportunity for stakeholders to give initial input, and then finally review the goals of the local accountability plan. Our mission when developing our LCAP is we want to inspire, prepare, and empower every student. Our vision, every student, family, staff, and community is engaged and committed, learning and collaborative, diverse, and innovative partnerships. Superintendent Itoko spoke about various partnerships that we have on the horizon, and one of the great partnerships is that we are going to have a STEAM event during April, which is going to be sponsored in conjunction with Microsoft, and also Reaching Robotics. So we'll actually have a full-fledged month dedicated to STEM and STEM projects. Why the strategic plan? It is a blueprint of Bayside Martin Luther King Jr. Academy that guides all work within our school site and community. It ensures that employees and other stakeholders are working towards common and measurable goals. That is one of the key things here, is that we want to ensure that the goals are measurable, because as a community school, it is evidence-based research. We have to prove what we're doing and be transparent to the community and make any changes necessary to ensure satisfaction of all stakeholders. Some of our strategic goal plans for 2020 and forward: student achievement. Every student will be prepared for high school and 21st century citizenship. Achievement gap. Achievement gaps will be eliminated for all student groups in all areas. Inclusive and supportive culture. Every student, staff, and family member feels valued and supported while learning and partnering with the Sausalito Marin City School District. Human capital, which I think is very essential. We will invest in teachers and leaders and staff to ensure we are in a place talented educators choose to work. Resource stewardship. Students and staff and community members will have access to technological facilities, mental health, social, emotional, etc., in a fiscally, responsible manner to fulfill the mission of Bayside MLK. This is the profile we would like to have for a Bayside MLK graduate, which is being a problem solver, collaboration, curious and engaged, flexible and adaptive, an effective communicator, a critical thinker, technologically literate, and creative. Our foundational goals: to have a pre-K that rivals anywhere in the state and in the nation. We believe that establishing a strong pre-K can definitely propel us in the right direction to continue the successes David pointed out during his presentation. Arts integration. This will definitely tap into the creative side of our students. We all know that students have hidden talents, and we would like to give them a chance to express them, not only in an academic setting, but a social setting as well. And last but not least, unification. This is the primary thing that's going on, that the students feel it, the community feels it, and it seems like all of the people that are being affected want to come together. This is what I hear. We want a chance to work with our brothers and sisters down the street. We believe it can happen. And once that happens, you already see what happened in 2008. That can be us moving forward. What will it take to achieve our goals? Our first goal is to ensure that all students have access to equitable conditions of learning by providing and investing in highly qualified teachers and staff, well-maintained facilities and equipment, and standards aligned and instructional materials and resources in a fiscally responsible manner. As you keep saying that word, fiscally. We want to be responsible with our spending. We want to invest in the long term. No more Band-Aids. So when we're creating this LCAP, it is to go 3 years and beyond. Goal 2, increase achievement for all students and accelerated outcomes for our English language learners, low-income students, and other target groups to close the achievement gaps. Goal 3, provide a broad course of study to ensure that all students are prepared for high school with the academic skills and mindset necessary for successful citizenship in the 21st century. As a young lady stated before in the documentary about desegregation and unification, that she didn't have the skills necessary to be successful in high school. We want that to be the last time that is said when a student is leaving the Sausalito Marin City School District. Goal 4, ensure a safe, healthy, and respectable school environment to increase engagement, involvement, and satisfaction of students, parents, and community members. This school belongs to the community, and their voice, we need it here in this building, and we need to respect any parent that comes into the building, whether they have on pajama pants or anything else. They might have just worked third shift, but they still demand and should receive the respect that they deserve because, number one, they showed up. We're dealing with an expected timeline. So not only are we working on goals, we have projected outcomes. And we have our first initial ELAC meeting January 13th. To my knowledge, there was not an ELAC committee here at this school. So we created an ELAC training manual that satisfies all state requirements. And it has a list of timeline and resolutions to satisfy our ELAC requirements. We have identified 9 parents already who will be attending, and we have an anchor parent, Miss Silkery. She's not here tonight. She will be helping us get this off the ground. We've made the phone calls and we went and knocked on doors. January 15th, our LCAP Leadership Committee. The emails have already been sent out. We have identified both parents, community members, administrators who will be a part of this so we can have a multi-perspective on things needed that would work here. January 17th through the 23rd, we will have an LCAP survey that is open. What would you like to see? For February 5th, review the initial input. February 12th, review data from surveys. March 12th, the LCAP draft due. March 24th, gather additional input from advisory groups and respond. April 2nd, the first reading of the LCAP and addendum. And April 25th, the submission to the MCOE. So we have expected dates. No more guessing, throwing something against the wall that sticks. We are lined up and ready to go. But first we must start with a community discussion. And so in addition to, can you go to my, the ELAC training manual? It's in the board packet. At the bottom, yeah. So this was created from scratch. Myself, Dr. Itoko, and David actually sat down and created a training manual for all members who would like to be a part of the ELAC committee, in addition to any community members or stakeholders who would like to be aware of what we're doing. And so we have our task. From November to, I'll be brief, November to December we have, because we're getting started late, And so we were election of members and new officers, but as you saw by the timeline, that's actually taking place in January. March and April, discuss and review the LPAC and reclassification data for English language learners. We know that this is one of the areas we need to work in. And so we have devised a plan and a timeline and a group of active parents to actually address those needs. During May and June, discuss the monitoring and effectiveness of program interventions implemented at the site as it relates to English language learners. And I want to stress this. We do have some brothers and sisters who speak Arabic, and we want them to know that they are welcome as well. The messaging is going to be that, we accept all individuals who English is not their mother tongue. This is not limited to a specific group, because we want to allow the space for those to be a part of this, and oftentimes some groups feel excluded. And so we already set up our task is development of school needs as it pertains to English language learners at Bayside MLK. Our third task, review and discuss the annual language census. Review and discuss the district's process to assess all students and the identification of English learners. Review the procedures related to EL students, programs provided at the school, and related documents and comments for suggestions. So we are open to suggestions. We are open for collaboration. We are definitely working towards bridging that gap that we have for our EL students. Task 4, assist in development of school efforts to make parents aware of the importance of regular school attendance. We do that now. One of my jobs as a community school manager is to address attendance needs, specifically in grades K through 8. And so K through 3rd, excuse me. And so with our EL learners, we do have a parent who sits in a parent resource center and calls parents for students who miss school. We provide rides. We have parents who may need some legal representation. We do that as well. We are working diligently to make sure that our EL parents feel welcome and not afraid to ask for help when they can be comfortable. And so, as you can see, we have our bylaws that have been established. And so this is a pretty thorough training manual that is easy to read, easy to understand. We have expected outcomes and timelines that we're working on. And the journey starts January 13th. Can you go to the parent engagement, I believe? Parent family engagement policy. So, as Title I school level parent engagement policy, we created this policy to address our parent and family engagement. We know previous to this that this was not in place. And so we wanted to make sure that we are following all state guidelines to successfully engage our parents and effectively engage our parents. So as you can see, the school level policy describes the means for how each school shall carry out the following requirements. Convene an annual meeting or a convenient time. You see we have back to school night each September, but we also have a parent school alliance meeting. We're also, again, working with a couple of organizations for parents who want to start their own business. Microsoft agreed to run that program as well at their building. They'll provide the training, the food, and everything else. And so we have a flexible number of meetings. A flexible number of meetings will be held at various times based on parent need, and will include childcare. We know that childcare is a difficult thing, so we actually set up the parent resource center that if you have small children, they can actually come in and we can accommodate them. Again, we have a group of parents who are dedicated to, if there's a parent who needs a parent conference or anything else, we'll be able to support them in that way. Involve parents in organized and ongoing timely way and planning and review improvement of the school's Title I programming. And so, again, we're working in developing and strengthening our systems. We're not just coming in, throwing programs and see what's going on. We are developing processes and accountability measures. Can you go to the last one? This is the date. This is the timeline of everything that we are doing that pertains not only to the LCAP, but the ELAC. And to be completely honest, we are ahead of schedule on this. And so I'll just go down to relationship building. Begin relationship with building staff, with parents. We created the Parent-School Alliance meeting. We hosted a trauma-informed workshop that was personalized, not only for the incident that occurred, but moving forward. We identified a workspace in addition to developing a programmatic schedule, which means we are open to being flexible to our parents. Not, well, this is the time you need to be here, and this is the only time that I have. Helping enhance a school-wide welcoming environment. We're changing the messaging. If you look at our flyers, they're a lot different. We're walking out to cars. Myself and Mr. Phil Logan actually went down to the 100 lot to set up a table, passed out coffee and donuts, passed out flyers and everything else, and we told the community the things that we're doing at the school. We didn't know that. And so we actually had a couple of gentlemen come up and say, how can we help you? In addition to Parent Communication Board in a central location, that's in the Parent Resource Center. Okay. Can I go down, brother? Okay. All right. I'm trying to move as fast as I can. If we look at, Dr. Itoko, thanks to his wisdom, we now will have an app that is fully functional. We'll be able to communicate to parents, staff, and other community members to let you know not only what's going on, if there's an emergency protocol, or just plain good old school updates. And so, review school-wide data, test scores, attendance, and suspensions. I can honestly say the attendance in Panther Paws has been down. I can honestly say that walking through the halls, students are more engaged and happy to be in the school. And it's indicative by our test scores, our suspension referrals, our parent satisfaction. And so I just feel like we're moving in the right direction. Begin setup of a parent resource center, including digital resources that's already established. Like I said in my last meeting, we help parents locate housing, address food insecurities, and even find certain jobs. Moving on to the latter year, we're beginning our Family Literacy Night in February 2020. This is one of the things that is going to be provided in the LCAP as well. The theme of it is We Love Literacy, and it will involve anchor parents and planning and execution of it. All stakeholders, families, teachers, and staff administration will complete a needs-based assessment. We have a bunch of surveys out. We welcome you to complete them. And we also do phone calls. We definitely knock on doors. We definitely go have breakfast with some of the families. So they're pretty, they're getting used to our faces. Provide parents with a school-wide flow chart and chain of command. Develop customer service standards. As I stated before, we're in a customer service business. No matter how bad your day going, if a parent walk in, you need to have a smile on your face and work through it. Okay? And so we are servants. And we are fortunate enough to be in this community, to be in a servant capacity. Continue to set up the Parent Resource Center, enhance and create opportunities for parents to build a community around student success and supporting the school, i.e. coffee chats. We have the Parent-School Alliance meeting, some other workshops that are going on. Begin to train and support anchor parents to serve in leadership position. We have a few parents a part of the LCAP committee. And so, like I said, as you could see, we are moving in the right direction. We do have a strong foundation in building our LCAP. We have identified, again, all parties. We would like to be a part of it. January 15th is our first meeting for our LCAP. January 13th is our first meeting for our ELAC. And I hope that this was informative, but yeah. All right. Any questions?
Yes, are these going to be available on the website?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. So.
I have a question. In your first presentation, you had a set of goals at the beginning, and then you had the LCAP goals. the set of goals at the beginning are kind of more, if I understood it right, the long-term.
Correct.
Where you're trying to head, okay. And the development of the metrics is just later in the calendar, right?
Yes, sir.
What wasn't in your presentation is how are we doing against last year's LCAP? And you may not have been asked to present on that, but are we going to see that? This is more of a question for you.
You will. It'll be next month.
Okay. And I was a little confused about the submission of the LCAP to the county. I think it was in March.
Well, no, it was actually April.
April?
Because it's due in May, I believe. So it's actually April 25th, the submission. But prior to the submission, it will be given to various stakeholders, school administrators to be reviewed before it's actually submitted. April 25th.
That's our first draft.
Yeah, that's
the
the first draft.
Okay, because
yes.
the final goes hand in hand with the budget.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Correct.
That's why I was confused. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks. And on the document you have up right now, I think it's great. It's got a lot of tasks or activity in it. I think the maturation of this document is to have a third column of kind of outcomes, right? So you're doing all this work. What do you hope to achieve with it?
So actually we do, I created the family engagement department, and we do monthly reports that matches up to this. So if you would like to review those reports, they're readily available. But we're actually making sure that once we complete something, we do a full report on it and assess the risk, any concerns, timelines, percentage done, things like that.
I'm thinking even forwards looking on the dates. So not just, it's great to measure the actual outcome, but also what are you hoping to achieve with all this activity in the dates? I think you talked about it tonight in some cases, and just kind of memorializing that as this matures. I mean, you've done a ton in a short period of time, so this is just more what could it be in the future type feedback. I think that's it for me. So I also want to acknowledge, since the last meeting, we've met 2 or 3 times, and I thank you for answering my questions, and I've enjoyed getting to know you and what you're trying to do. So
thank you, sir.
Are there other comments?
I just want the depth and breadth and detail and ownership you have of this project and the LCAP and community engagement is incredibly inspiring.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for all that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to either second or third that. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And I just had a question about, are we going to be able to provide interpreters for Arabic-speaking parents?
Yes, we're working on that now. I'm working with Dr. Itoko and locating some official translators. If need be, some unofficial, maybe an emergency may arise. And so I've had spoken to some of our Yemeni brothers and sisters, and they've actually agreed to it.
Great, thank you.
Do we not have one that's a volunteer at the school? She at the barbecue curry place, that young lady that's down there.
Yeah, I think what Mr. Reynolds is referring to is, we have like a certified translator for Spanish. Can we find a certified translator for Arabic? We certainly have some community members that can provide translation. Sometimes, as you may have witnessed with me, when you're trying to simultaneously translate, the level of participation in a meeting that you might want to have as an engaged parent can sometimes be impinged by that. And so we will continue to look. One strategy that I've been able to use successfully is sometimes to reach out to local mosques, and they tend to have somebody that's a certified translator. So that's one of the next steps that we'll engage in. And I'm not sure about if MCLE has an Arabic translator or not, but that's another resource we can look at.
All right.
I can't remember where I saw this, but I saw an amazing job of translation that was done. Actually, I think it was at a Willow Creek event, which is even more amazing. Something that small had this, but it was, people had headsets, and it was a whisper translation real time, so it didn't disrupt the main presentation.
We actually have had that at the last couple unification town halls. It turns out, after a little bit of digging, we owned some of that exact equipment. We didn't even have to buy any of it. So as long as we can find a translator, we have that capability.
So that would mitigate against what you're saying about the disruption, because there is none in that case.
We have a contract with somebody.
Yeah, but if the
Great.
translator's trying to participate, that's the problem.
Oh, yeah.
That
well,
was what he was talking about.
that would ruin it.
Did you have a comment, Deborah?
Yeah, I want to be fourth to say. Really, all of it, the breadth, the depth, the ownership, I think, what is it? I think it's love. I'm hearing that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So I have two other questions that
sure.
came up. I don't know whether it's to you or Dr. Itoko. Number one, we have a LCAP budget board committee, and I don't know how or when that group Deborah and I would become engaged in the process. And Josh, if you're looking for a committee, I'm on quite a few. So if we want to bring this up as an
What month
action
is
and
that?
you want to switch, fine with me. But, so think about how or when we would become part of this process. Last time we were towards the end, I think, kind of towards the budget approval process, but, happy to integrate at any point.
Thank you.
And then number two, through some of the town halls, Dr. Garcia, you've mentioned how the LCAP, you envision the unification process becoming part of the LCAP. And right now I see it's, justifiably so focused on Bayside MLK. So I'm curious how the unification process would start becoming integrated into the LCAP, or has it already, or at one point do you see that happening?
So this LCAP was made in mind of it being unified. And so that's why I stressed being prepared for high school. I know that it's labeled, I actually changed the title because it was the Sausalito Marin City Local Accountability Plan Strategic Planning Process. But I didn't know if that was appropriate or I've overstepped my boundaries. But all of these plans are designed for a unified school district. So.
And just to add to that, you'll notice some of these timelines are actually starting to get some synergy. Even the extended timeline that's in the 11.01 points us in the direction of actually having all of these become one process, hopefully by March. And so we absolutely will be using surveys that get put out as part of the unification process as the data to inform the LCAP. We'll be using the work group reports as part of the data to inform the LCAP. This is kind of even on top of that. So, in some senses, we are really far ahead of the game in community engagement to inform an LCAP, even though it's been focused on unification. All of those data points will go into informing this plan.
So I'm confused by that because at the end of the day, the LCAP is, if I remember right, goals, actions, metrics, and allocation of dollars.
That's correct.
And so if it's going to speak to a unified district, it's got to have a unified budget.
That's true, and so we still have some time to arrive at a plan for that. And so what we didn't want to do was constrict ourselves and then arrive at that agreement and then have to redo the whole process, right? If we can't make that agreement, obviously we can pare it down and focus on one school instead of two, but I remain hopeful that that won't be the case.
Okay.
I assume Willow Creek is working on an LCAP.
They are.
Yeah. And I'll say I attended the LCAP meetings of Willow Creek last year, and I thought they had a really nice, robust process. And one of the things I thought was really interesting and seemed to be a great way to engage people is they had the kind of butcher paper up with the goal and, had people participate and, it allowed sort of small groups to talk too. And so, I thought that was, but yeah, I hope that we're not duplicating a huge amount of work, because it's a
Right.
huge amount of work to do
Yes.
these LCAPs. So the more that we can coordinate, obviously, I think the better.
Definitely. All right.
And working with the committee.
All right.
Are there other comments? No cards, so there's no attempt from the audience. Mr. Reynolds, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For your time and your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We probably will not see Mr. Taylor for a long time. This has been a long board meeting, but we are so glad that you're here. Our facilities update,
You mean
Kim.
like he's never coming back after this wait?
Thank you so much for hanging in.
Wake up.
Good evening. I'll make this very brief. So this is basically broken down into Willow Creek and Bayside. Some recent work we've conducted at both campuses and an eye towards what might happen in the spring. So I'm just going to run through these. And Marika was kind enough to partner with me at last few schools I've worked with. I've, at certain times of the year, Christmas and the end of the year, sent out emails to the teachers for any deferred maintenance or work that they need done. She put that together for me, reached out, and that was received very well by all the teachers. Because as we both know, or all know, there's quite a bit of deferred maintenance on these sites. Willow Creek, the bulk of it there. So it's my hope to shorten that list. So for Willow Creek, there was a door ordered for classroom 24. It was corroded. Whiteboard was ordered for the same. All the heat is operable in all the areas where it wasn't before. There's some asphalt repair I did myself. However, the upper access road and the main road to the admin building are in need of professional attention. When I came on in July, I was made aware of a proposal for, I think it was approximately $18,000, Robert, in that neighborhood. And that was given to Tara, but I think in the change of leadership, it was lost. So it was my advice that that really go to the head of the list, because those roads are really in bad shape. And now is when asphalt companies are calendaring that for the summer. And I have a company I've worked with in the past that I've contacted, very reasonable, so we're gonna get that bid going. There's a gate at the upper campus that was falling down that's been repaired. All the V-ditches have been cleared, as well as the storm drains, and work has begun on all the handrails leading to the playground, and there's a handrail going down to the portables and the kindergarten lawn that have become safety items. They have to be changed out, and so hopefully by the end of the month that will occur. And then my entire crew took Christmas break off, so we didn't accomplish as much as I'd hoped, but we did some of it. Spring, I want to endeavor to paint all the metal railings, do some paint and repair on the shingles that are obvious. There is a large beam outside of the cafeteria that's rotted that we can change out. And all the posts on that walkway from the ad building going west are going to be power washed and painted. And all this work will be done in-house. We're not going to contract any of that out. We'll do it within myself and the crew. So that's it for Willow Creek. Bayside, we're working on a school safety plan in the governance committee, headed up by Dr. Garcia. We're getting close there. We're also concentrating on emergency shed supplies. It's in need of a complete restocking. All the teacher emergency bags, the same thing. We purchased, Dr. Itoka did, an 8K generator for future PSPS. So we were running those before, so now we have our own. So we won't have to have any expenditures there. The annex was cleaned out and reorganized. That was a pretty big endeavor. It's now whatever's in there we can use, and whatever's been accumulated for the last millennium is gone. But yeah, that took a team effort. As you all know, you obsoleted the truck and the van, so we're going to endeavor to get a usable, workable work truck that we can use at both sites. Storm drain, catch basin's clean, gutter's clean, We'll do some landscape cleanup for the open house. And then spring, I'd like to put some split rail fencing bordering these beds. It's real pleasing to the eye. You know what that looks like, I'm sure, split rail. And I've never been at a school where the children like aim for the bark. I mean, there's piles and it's kicked all over. So it's my hope that they'll stay out, and then we can create some really nice planting areas, plants and roses and things, because it's deer proof. We could put some really nice color because the school kind of looks like a battleship. So it'd be nice to have, you know, some sort of color out there. And then coupled with painting all the rails, maybe like a dark green or a black, we'll start to, you know, bring this, it'll be pleasing to the eye. But once again, I'll need those two gentlemen's blessing before any of that's done.
Did you just say roses are deer-proof?
The campus is deer proof.
Oh, good, because they eat up mine.
No, we can plant them here because they can't get to the candy. And then, once again, I want to pressure wash the exterior of the school and all the hardscape. And that's it. So you're probably wondering, and I'll finish up with this at 10 o'clock, why am I talking about a door in classroom 24? Because, in a couple words, it's important. It's important to the teacher in classroom 24, who's dealt with that for 5 years, and draft and rain's coming in and a whiteboard she can't erase. And it's my intention to give all the teachers at Willow Creek and BMLK a voice. And I'm the guy that's going to listen. And, you know, this list of deferred maintenance has been identified and triaged that we're starting on, we already have, and we're going to move down it. And we're going to do most of the work in-house. And it will give them a voice, and it will let them know that someone's thinking about them, you know, and it's getting done. So it's going to take some time, but it will get done. And I guarantee that. And the only reason it will get done is because of Dr. Clark and Dr. Garcia. I can't do my job without those two. They're great advocates for me, and every dollar I spend here is put in front of them. And they'll give me feedback and input, and between the three of us, we come up with a solution, and then I go and execute and facilitate. And not once have they said, no, we're not going to do that. They'll put a twist on it, but it gets done. And they're just men of action, and so things are getting done. And we're saving hard dollars for the district because we're doing most of it in-house. So I'm not quite sure where the reunification process is going. That's beyond my pay grade. But right here, right now, with Dr. Garcia, Dr. Clark, David, Emily, David Halberstam called it the best and the brightest, and that's who I'm working with. And I'm proud to work with them. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a comment and a question. It sounds like a lot's getting done, so thank you for that. What would you say are your top, 2 or 3 safety concerns? Like, what's your priority from a safety lens?
The fire safety, the fire alarm systems are really not consistent. There's a lot of problems on both campuses, false alarms. So we're burrowing down on that to make them consistent. Mm-hmm. The gutters at Willow Creek caused quite a bit of damage over there, as we know. Those hadn't been cleaned in I don't know how long, if ever. And that was the cause of that. And we spent, I think, about $9,000 this summer to clean them all and identify any parts of that system that needed replacement. So it seems like a minor thing, but it can cause an incredible amount of damage. So it's just a matter of getting out in front of those things, identifying them, and you have to spend some money, but on the back end, we're not going to be spending 6 figures because we didn't address it.
Right. Thank you.
Yep.
I'm wondering, on the annex, I saw a truck over there that was kind of broken down. Is it still there? Is it gone?
That's been obsoleted, I think 3 or 4 board meetings ago, and it's been donated to Polyclass. So we're just waiting for the pink slip on that, and they're going to come out and tow it.
Thank you. Are there other comments? Any attempt from those who are left in the audience?
Can I just ask a question? Is there a garden club in Sausalito, or I don't know? I will say we've had some courts that have had success in getting garden clubs to, come in and do projects like the roses and things like that. Just to think about.
There's a Make Sausalito Beautiful organization that
Yeah,
does little projects around
Well, there is a
town.
Master Gardener program in the county. I don't know how it's organized. I see them at the farmer's market every.
Our garden teacher actually coordinates a huge number of volunteers to come and work in our garden. Not to say that we couldn't add or attach on to any of the other groups that are in the county or in the city of Sausalito, but I don't know how deep down the rabbit hole we're going to go on this, but we actually created a weekend entry protocol to make sure that everybody's safe and our liability assets are covered, so to speak, and that there's a staff member present when the large numbers of volunteers she brings in here to do work is here, and they have access to the bathrooms. And so we certainly are making use of volunteers, and we can explore some other partnerships.
No, that's awesome. Thank you. And thank you for your amazing work.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was the most inspirational facilities report I've ever heard.
Yes, please. I was going to ask you, Marilyn, as I saw you got up. Can you take the mic, please?
For a while, we did
the last school year, there was some talk about repairs at Willow Creek costing $30 million. And I remember before this gentleman was hired, Ms. Maris indicated that I think you were in construction and knew how to do some work. So my question is, are we still talking about $30 million to bring Willow Creek up to status, or is most of this work going to be done in-house? Most of the stuff that was brought to the board's attention last year is being resolved by taking care of the buildings. It's just a question on cost.
So, what you're hearing from Director Taylor is immediate safety, cosmetic concerns, those kinds of things. There are still some major structural issues with the Nevada Street campus that will cost a significant amount of money. We actually broached that discussion on Tuesday with the facilities master planner that we hired. The condition of the property when the last facilities needs assessment was conducted and that $30 million figure was put forward is now 4 years later with not a significant amount of infrastructure upgrade. And so it likely will cost at least that much money, if not more, given the increase in labor and construction materials that we're looking at in our current economy over what materials and labor cost in 2016.
Isn't it safe to say, though, that some of this work, if not a lot of it, is helping to keep that number from growing even faster?
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
That's what he said. Yep.
So I was debating whether to bring this up under the facilities committee section or now. I'll just bring it up now. That I would like to call a meeting of our facilities group to meet with the master planner, because I'm hearing about vision and planning and budget and so forth, and I think it's time to engage the committee in that process.
Absolutely. I believe I have directed staff to try to set up that meeting.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Once again, Director Taylor, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Yes, thank you.
We're going to move along. There's nothing in discussions and information items that I am aware of. And so that brings us to the consent, and 10.01 was pulled out. And so
yeah, under the, I asked to pull it out under the board memo. I think it was kind of a copy-paste, because the board memo background talks about signaling the backing of the bond measure. I think that was a different agenda item. So I just wanted to make sure that that got fixed, where it was acknowledged as being just kind of a copy-paste issue. And it isn't the background for this particular agenda item.
Thanks for catching that. I apologize for the oversight. Indeed, it looks like the same language from action item 1102.
So I have no issues about the dispersals. It's just that memo. So I'll move approval of the payment of the warrants.
I'll second.
Before we move on, since this was pulled out and it's an action item, are we having to?
Doing just 10
We just vote on it because it's not a group batch consent item
Got
any
it.
longer.
Thank you. So it has been a motion and moved for the payment of warrants. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. And so we come back to the consent. I need a motion on what is still left in the consent agenda.
I move approval of items 10.02 and 10.03.
It's been moved.
I don't think 10.03 is an item.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why
look
it's
at
even
that.
there, but.
I'm not clear there, so.
Is that the resolution?
No.
Why, it's a roll call, or what is that?
Oops.
It's just approval of the consent items.
Faux pas.
Usually we do this whole section as a whole, and so I think it's always appeared that way, and usually the motion is just to approve the consent agenda.
Right.
Pretty much.
Sorry if I ask questions about something that's been there
Those are
forever.
good questions.
No worries.
Well, usually we have more than.
Yeah, right. I just,
It's been
always,
moved.
I will
it's always
second.
bothered
I think
me.
I've seen
It is always like that.
Oh, okay.
I know, but it's always been confusing to me.
You
so I
following
just
us,
finally
Steve?
I finally brought it up.
All right.
You
So
feel better
Deborah
now?
moved it, Bonnie second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Roll call. That's a roll call.
Oh, it is a roll call.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a roll
Hello.
call, yeah. Approve.
Approve.
Yes.
Approve.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, the time is getting late. My brain is somewhere else. But not before we get to 11:01, an action item, Resolution 775. Superintendent Garcia.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge that our original timeline was for us to be submitting a report and recommendations at this board meeting. And given some of the meetings that we had over the winter break, it took us a little bit longer than we anticipated to develop the survey items. I'm happy to report that those, we were able to build consensus around them over Christmas and New Year's, and the unification surveys have gone out. There's kind of one other outstanding item that we are requesting this extension for. We need a little more time on, is to build consensus around the organizational structure. And then of the approximately 11 work groups that diligently met through the unification process, there's 2 that haven't completed their reports, and those are the transportation work group and the facilities work group, and they're kind of awaiting some direction from us. And so we wanted to extend the timeline and extend the ad hoc committee so that everybody could feel that they had all the information and that were heard in the process, and that all the concerns, some of which we heard tonight, have time to be properly addressed, comfortably addressed. Feels like it's not rushed. So I do recommend approval of extending the timeline. You'll notice that or extending the committee, pardon me, you'll notice that as part of the backup there is a timeline there, and what we are shooting for is to make recommendations at the March board meeting, which will dovetail nicely with when LCAP drafts and things like that need to start getting compiled and turned in.
And so we do feel good. The combined unification task force of both committees built consensus around this timeline, and so that's why we're asking for the extension.
Maybe you can just bring up the specifics of the joint study session in February.
Yeah, that is something that we talked about in the unification task force. We haven't worked out all the particulars of it yet, and so, but that we would like to engage in a joint study session or work group with either the full boards or representatives from the boards around this question of organizational structure.
Yeah, that would be there's risks and benefits to a full board meeting, but to the extent that, Josh has been hearing things from the community and has concerns, I think whether it's, just our board or two boards together or whatever, I think there's some benefit to having all 5 of us together and kind of, expressing concerns or ideas at some point.
I believe there's been a doodle poll sent out for asking for some time for a study session. Actually, 2 different study sessions or work groups coming up. But if you haven't seen that doodle poll yet, it'll be forthcoming soon.
I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah.
Not yet.
And then I had a question. There's 2 board memos, a resolution 775. Was it our intent to be an actual resolution in there?
Yeah, that was a small oversight. There's an actual resolution. I did check with district council. She said because the intent of the item is clear and that the timeline is there, by distributing a hard copy here today, we'd still be in compliance with the Brown Act. And although the resolution itself isn't here electronically, I still recommend approval, and we have hard copies here available for anybody that wants to see it.
Can we get them?
Yeah, yes, indeed.
No, you have to find them first.
That was kind of my question.
It's like...
So, Dr. Garcia, just to be clear on the joint study session, it would either be joint or it would be a study session with the board of 5.
It could be a study session just for our board, or could be the committee itself. But we do feel like there's a lot of possible configurations, and we just need some time to sit and work through it. And so that's why you see it there on the timeline. What we didn't do was land on a configuration. I think it merits some further discussion around what the configuration of that study session looks like.
Thank you so much. Are there other questions from the diocese?
I have a couple. Where is the kind of execution timeline for unification embedded into this process or recommendation?
What we would hope is that the recommendation that we bring forward in March would then lay that out.
Okay. And, a lot of what we're hearing tonight and beyond is kind of these concerns around flight, around the impact of cuts at Willow Creek next year, and just, to some degree, like the commitment to avoid those, at least avoid the flight, right? How is that is it being tackled at all in this process? Like, how do we, will there be recommendations around retention strategies and avoiding flight?
I believe so. Part of our original urgency about submitting a report now, this board meeting, was to help with that. And what we have gotten from our counterparts from the Willow Creek Unification Committee is that getting some details around and getting an agreement, around the offer that we've made of financial support with Willow Creek leadership. The Unification Committee from Willow Creek believes that will stem flight significantly. Actually, their feedback was, we think extending the process will help with retention so that people feel that it's done thoughtfully and well. And I'd welcome anybody else that was in those meetings with me to chime in
you have the same perspective or a different perspective. That was my takeaway from those meetings.
I would agree, especially if in this extended timeline, we allow ourselves to kind of talk about flight, maybe even engage the people that are, I mean, there are people going on record about leaving and kind of, I think as we were challenged tonight from Mr. Kerr is kind of have that conversation and then fold recommendations into this plan to mitigate against that. And depending on the execution timeline, if the execution timeline's quick, you don't need a lot of recommendations around budget because it's just all becomes one budget. But if the execution timeline is many years, then you have to address, well, what happens in the interim to avoid flight?
Precisely.
I think as a unification task force member, I think that there's been word from, I think, Dr. Garcia that, a full accomplishment can't be achieved in less than 2 years. And then the other thing as a task force member, it seems that all the offers that are made that aren't just $1 million in cash sort of aren't really considered. And I find that that's really an obstacle in my own belief that I don't know how to solve that, but I'm absolutely certain that as Dr. Toko makes headway in communication and achieving trust and establishing a unity within the leadership, that will be resolved. But there's not much give so far from where I'm sitting, which is not in those meetings with you, but I know offers of, in kind sort of are met with what I perceive as a kind of an inflexibility, which I think is really problematic. So that's my take.
I'm hopeful that, those parents who are operating from a lens of fear and consistently are having these discussions of fight or flight will be the ones that will stand up boldly and say, I'm willing to work, I'm willing to give it a shot, I'm willing to see how this happens. But at the end of the day, parents can they do make the decisions as to what happens for their children. Like Mr. Kerr said earlier, some families will not have those options. Those families who can probably easily move along and, pay for private school or whatever the case may be, I truly am hoping that families will be bold enough to say, this is something that I do want to get aligned with, and something that I do want to see help to make it successful. And it does take, accepting some of the offerings that are being placed before the leadership in the charter school until we can do what we are wanting to do, and that is unify and have a one school district for the 94965. I'm hopeful.
I think what I was suggesting earlier is that beyond hoping that we use this extra time in the process that hopefully we approve tonight to specifically engage on those topics so that it's not just hoping for the outcome, but we're engaging those very families who I don't think are engaged. I know they're not really engaged right now. They're checking out. And to find a way to re-engage those families, to figure out what would it take to keep them on board, why are they checking out, and then put strategy, pieces in the recommendation that address and mitigate that.
As Dr. Matoko said earlier, and the surveys are going out to students, staff, different surveys aimed at these different populations, and there's certainly, that is one of the main takeaways from those surveys will be to answer these kind of questions.
And I can't imagine that.
It's a starting point.
Yeah, I hope that's all it is.
Yeah, but I can't
Well,
imagine.
town halls have been a part of it. You could have come to some, and I think your point about the Brown Act thing, Josh, we're only 5 people, is that you can go to the town hall meetings, I'm sorry, and you don't have to talk to other board members, but you can be there as a leader, as a person who is invested in this solution. I mean, that's why I go. I don't always want to go, but every one I've gone to, I come away very excited.
You're missing what I'm speaking to, because it's not just about a survey or participation in a town hall meeting. It's about reaching the people who probably aren't even going to bother with the survey and who aren't going to the town hall meetings and are saying, I'm concerned and I'm leaving.
That's my
Josh,
point.
I really
Wait.
hope that you, as a leader, will help support that effort. I really feel that that is part of our responsibility, is to hear that, to bring that back, and I appreciate your doing that. But I think our role as leaders, we have voted, we have said that we want to make this work. So I think to the extent that you can be supportive of that effort and find out, as you're talking to people, to find out what those issues are. I agree, they may not be filling out surveys. There may be issues, that people are not comfortable surfacing, and it would be great for you to bring those forward. But it's also, I think, important for all of us to do our best to support this effort.
I'm giving a
Exactly.
recommendation right now tonight on how to improve and support this effort.
And-
And I'm struggling because I'm not sure it's even being heard. And
We hear
that's
you,
my problem with
Josh.
the overall effort.
No, we do hear you, but in that, I do believe that those same families that may be coming to you, having these concerns, those same families that's ready to move on, jump ship and all the rest of that, are not taking the time to listen to the directions that a lot of their constituents, Yasmin, who wrote a letter, who are saying, let's do that. Let's take the time. Let's participate more. Let's hear what's happening. Let's work collaboratively. And so, yeah.
I do want to offer too that although, you might not see it as a bullet point on, this document or, we certainly in the Unification Task Force are absolutely having this conversation and have talked about, what kind of restorative meeting or what kind of a healing meeting might need to take place, who might need to be there. We certainly have had this conversation in the Unification Task Force, and so I just want to offer that you might not see it as a blue dot on this document, but know that we're remaining in conversation about how to do that.
I want to reiterate what Trustee Huff has said. I think that here we are. I know, Josh, that you have voted contrary to many things, and it's your right and your duty, perhaps. But we do function as a body, as a governing body, as a one thing. And I think at this point, in where this school, where the district is, we have the capacity to be there, to be hopeful. And you can always say, it's my way or the highway. That's fine. People are going to do that, and so be it. Bye to those. I'm sorry, but we can't. I feel that there are plenty of unification meetings I haven't wanted to go to. But I go because I feel it's my duty, not as a task force member, but as a board member.
So this is a very interesting refrain tonight because there have been a lot of meetings for many months, and this is the first night that anybody has said, please come to a meeting. And in fact, I sat down as these meetings started with our superintendent and said, are they designed for us to participate? No, all you can do is watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I watch.
Well, hold on. Do I need to be there? Should I be there? It's not really important for my presence to be there. I would challenge you to find one person who is giving up on unification or deciding to leave the district because I'm not at that meeting. I have been engaging the community, as I said earlier, before meetings and after meetings. I even campaigned for re-election on the idea of unification. If there's anybody that thinks I don't want it to succeed and that's why I'm not in the room, they're not talking to me, they're not paying attention. And I have never met one of those people other than maybe up here on our dais. I mean, that doesn't exist in my world. So
it's good that you're having those conversations.
Yeah, I'm happy to show up. And I watch the recordings and I talk to people and I'm very engaged. So this is a new refrain. I've hit it many times tonight. And if anybody here or elsewhere is reading it as, no, it's not going my way, so I'm checking out, you haven't talked to me about it, because that's not what's happening. I want this to succeed. The very last thing I want is for this unification process to end up where we have a single school or set of schools run by the district that has about 300 all low-income minority kids. That is not successful unification. So I want to give input into the process and participation in the process to avoid that outcome, period. And I have, during the election, I was saying, we need to work on unification. And others up here were saying, not now. Well, now we're working on it now. So I'm for this, just like I've been for community school and many things that I've been pushing the whole time. So don't misread, whether I show up as like, oh, now I'm against it. That's not the case.
I don't think you have to worry about 300 so kids that are low social economically income levels in our district. They don't exist. We don't have that many kids here. But anyways, we can batter this out.
I just want to add a couple of thoughts. So we've got some tough work ahead of us on the unification process because we're examining different structures, organizational structure, facilities structure, governance structure, the curriculum structure, staff structure.
Got it.
Did I hit all of them?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. So
we're laughing because we actually
Right.
spent a significant amount of time defining what the word structure means.
Yes. Yes, it
Because
was a
there's a
good
lot
part
of
of our-
different structures to be considered.
So in defining those and looking at options for what is a one school, one campus, one school, two campuses, union, non-union, there's a lot of iterations, a lot of permutations. That's not going to make everybody happy.
Right.
And everybody's going to have to make some sacrifices. Both sides of the freeway, both schools, all grades. And it's just part of coming together and deciding that the sum is better than the individual sacrifice. And keeping the vision and keeping the hope that one change individually will be one time and then it's over and you're together and you can move forward together. But I think the next steps are going to be difficult. And it's going to take a lot of dedication, a lot of time, a lot of hope, a lot of commitment. Not everybody's going to be there and want to make that change. There's going to be some people from our community here will need to go to school over there. From Sausalito will need to come here. And not everybody's going to want to do that. So we're going to do our best to try and make as many people happy as possible. It's kind of like a good mediation. When you come out, you're all exhausted and you're like, oh my God, I'm glad that's over. But, I think we got a good result in the end. So we just got to stick with it. We got to listen. We got to participate. I think we need to talk as a board so that all of us can hear all options and all angles and all opinions and all sides before it comes to just a final report dropped in our lap. So I'm looking
Eventually
forward to that work with you.
it's going to come to
Oh,
all
yes.
of us.
Yes.
I think Dr. Garcia said it best earlier, and that is, this is the first time that there's been work, intentional work, in unifying and moving forward, so that we're not rolling back to 1963.
Yeah, we're not
We're
operating
not
in a
back in
vacuum.
2020.
Right.
Amazing.
So the best is yet to come.
I believe it.
And what we've got to do. So hang in there.
Buckle up. I want to say that when I first got on the board, I was given a book about how to be a great board member. And because of the high level of dysfunction in this group, it was like, oh, this is like totally irrelevant but I'm really hoping that all of us will show up and talk. And I went to many, many board meetings before I ran for board, for a trustee position, and those they never talked. I mean, everything was already decided by the time the board meetings happened. I didn't go to all of them, but that's certainly the way it looked to me. And I am really happy for the conversation we've had tonight and at our last meeting. It feels like we're actually talking in a way that I feel is really beneficial, both for the public and for each other. But I really, I didn't know that I should have called and invited you. But had I known that, I would have done it. Even though nobody's going to call and invite me. So I'm not sure that's appropriate. But I do get that message from you on more than one occasion, and I encourage you to think you were invited when you were elected. So show up.
You missed the point again, but
Oh,
we're
good.
beating a dead horse, so.
Well,
I was gifted that book by my brother, who found it in my mother's belongings, so.
Well.
Then I have one question on the resolution when we get to it, but if you want to go ahead with your
I just wanted to note there was a speaker card that was submitted on.
There's several.
Okay. So the extension of the timeline on the resolution, I think before it was the final report, but it didn't have a date, or did we say January, or it was this meeting?
It was this
Okay.
meeting.
Yeah.
And I don't see an actual date on this resolution for an extension. Maybe I just haven't read fast enough or clear enough.
For the extension, yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
see it either. I didn't see it either.
Is it on the back?
No.
No.
It's within 6 months from the approval of this resolution.
Yeah.
Section 5.
Section 5.
Oh, it's not a date, it's a, right.
So dissolve.
That would send us out to June the 9th. Obviously, I hope
okay.
we've made a lot of decisions long before then.
Okay.
So June, okay. And then it says unification shall dissolve without further action upon delivery of its report to the board. I mean, I had this question in the unification committee, which was if we deliver the report to the board says, no, we're not ready, we want to make certain modifications, and it has to come back. I guess we could resolve to extend it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the timeline that is attached as board backup says that we'll present at the March 12th board meeting.
You did say that the members are enjoying working together, so, hey.
I think he was talking about the work group.
Right, the work groups. Did you have another question? Allison. Allison. Can't believe you're still here.
Yay. Okay, I just have a couple comments. I know it's really late and we're all tired, but I just want to speak to the conversation that has been happening at the board level, because I honestly, as a participant, you've seen me here, you've seen me at the town hall meetings, you see me at the Willow Creek board meetings, you see me at these board meetings. I'm engaged, I show up, and I want unification to happen, so that's where I come from. I think it is really important that the board be able to tolerate differences of opinion, even on your board. Absolutely. And if you, I know that as a team, you want to prevent to the public a unified front, but unfortunately your Brown Act limits your private conversations. And so your public conversations, you can't be like, all right, Josh, let's make a unified front before we come out and speak to the public. It's not allowed. So my point being that I think that the dialogue is really important, and as a member of the public, I would much rather hear this dialogue and know that people who are dissenting or have a difference of opinion are being heard and listened to, then we're just creating a unified front, which when I come and sit in these meetings, I feel like we're not being heard. I'm not being heard, you're not being heard, many people in the audience are not being heard, and that disengages us, and I continue to show up, but I'm the only one here right now from Willow Creek. And so it disengages the public, and we lose trust, and we're not going to be able to move forward without that trust. So I just want to comment that I think that tolerance of difference of opinion is really important, even at the board level. I think hope is not a strategy, so while I appreciate you parents all need to just hang in there and stick it out, because you really want unification, it's going to take time, that's great, but I've been to the board meeting about the budget cut, and I see that I have to stomach for the next 2 to 3 years, no PE, no music, no art, and no Spanish, which is already like the bare minimum language requirement, and they're starting it in 5th grade, and even that's going to get taken away. 6th grade, sorry, it's going to get taken away. Not a moment go by where I don't feel like, should I be looking at some other option? And I'm here, engaged. So imagine the people that are unengaged. So I just encourage you to really listen to what Josh has said around the flight, because before there was Willow Creek, there was segregation. Willow Creek has helped to desegregate the population. We want to unify all of us, but if people leave, you're not going to have a lot to work with. And so that is a really important point, and you have to build trust with the community, and this dialogue is really important for me to help know that people are listening, but it needs to happen at a bigger level. And I would encourage you to use that extension of time to meet with the Willow Creek board and have a joint study session to hear the differences of opinion, whether you agree with them or not. I don't think they're inflexible. I do think we're all working for the same thing, but I think there's been a lot of like, we can't talk to you because of legal issues or the lawsuit or whatever, and there's a huge missed opportunity here. And as a parent, what I see in that is, they're not working together, this is not gonna work for me, I'm gonna leave. And I'm not alone in feeling that way. There are a lot of parents who have means who could go. And the people who have means who go will then not be contributing to the school. And the budget deficit that's partly being made up this year by parent contributions will go as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Allison, for hanging in. Thank you
Thank
for
you very
being
much.
here. Thank you for your continued support. I can tell you that this board and this whole process has been so different in years past. So thank you. Richard.
Hi, my name is Richard Bonnet, Sausalito resident, 48 years of Sausalito residency. Thank you very much for your comments. You led right into what I wanted to talk about. Attrition is a big risk, no question. However, I think there are 3 things that are causing it that can fix it. Number one, people don't understand what's going to happen to the music and all the other critical courses. But those of us who are very actively involved in discussions know that's not going to happen. That will not happen. The public doesn't know that. Why aren't we making that decision and communicating it? That's one thing that would go a long way to eliminating the attrition. Another thing is, what's the structure going to look like? People are nervous about that. People are nervous about, is there enough money? There is. There's enough money. Dr. Itoko Garcia has promised he's going to make that up. Well, nobody believes it until it's done. It's got to be done, signed. We've made, now first of all, I forgot to mention that I'm representing, although I didn't get their permission, the the fiscal integrity and transparency group, but I tend to do that anyway. The thing that's going to make the difference for most of the parents is to have these critical questions resolved. And there's no reason why more time is going to make that any easier. I insist that if I could get the right people in the right room, we'd come away with a decision tonight. We don't need to wait 2 weeks. We don't need to wait 4 weeks. It's just a matter of coming up with a decision and a commitment that we're supportive of it. Now, what I fear is that one side of this discussion is not interested in making decisions right now. They're interested in delaying, adding more time. I don't think that's going to be helpful. I think the issues have to be faced right now. Putting them off is just going to feed the attrition, no question. And if it's another week, it's going to cost 10, 20 families. If it's another 2 weeks, it's going to be more. If we keep spending $500,000 on legal fees and waiting for legal issues to get resolved, we're never going to get anywhere. So let's quit screwing around and make some decisions and publicly announce them. Now, there's also one issue that isn't resolved, but I don't think it has to be just yet. And that is power. Who wants to be in power? And is that hanging up a decision? Is that hanging up going forward? And I think it might be. If that's the case, flush that out, address it, and get it resolved, because you're just screwing up our kids. I say our kids, they're not my kids, but I feel like they are. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just a mere volunteer, so.
I've really thought, okay, more time, we're going to resolve these things, communicate with clarity, maybe tackle flight in the process, etc. You just scared the hell out of me. So I'm very nervous. I don't think if we just let it end now that that's an option, but I have your same sense of urgency. So I don't think we have a choice. We have to give it more time. There is no report tonight. I don't know if we modify this to be tighter than up to 6 months or what, but I share your concerns. So I think we're going to have to approve this as is, but I want us to move as fast as we can. I want us to get ahead of those very concerns as fast as we can.
Yeah, I hear you, Josh, and I feel that as a member of the task force. I mean, part of us have sat down, it's like, God, I wish we could just like make a decision and get this over with.
Yeah.
But part of it is going through the process of getting the input and getting the surveys and getting the kind of background information to support those decisions. Because something that could come out of that is something that we'd never thought of, or that we'd never knew that was the majority opinion as far as a certain direction. So those are going out. I guess we got a week or two to tally those polls. We were waiting also for months for these legal opinions to come out. I think that was one of our biggest delays. But it was an important process to go through because we needed legal opinions from the district, from Willow Creek, from a neutral, again from the neutral. And so now we've got that information. We're going to work through kind of the organizational structure. I agree, the governance structure, that needs to be a sit down and figure out what to do there. So, some of these hurdles are going to be hard, long discussions. But It will come with leaps of faith in some ways, but one way or another. Don't know which direction it would go, but I agree. We all feel that same sense of urgency. I certainly do on the task force.
I just wanted to say for the record that all voices deserve to be heard. You know, and we're not going to always agree on certain things, but I think in our heart of hearts, we care. So, are you bringing up a card for that? No worries. We can be here to midnight.
Not me. You got inspired.
Out soon.
To some extent, I'm following up on what Richard has indicated and what you all have been saying but not saying. I see in this resolution, section 5, an intent to submit essentially the report for the Siegel School solution. 6 months would be June. And I'm just going to tell you some things that have been pretty clear to me for the past couple of months. Number one, a strategy is to use litigation to prolong a process that's going on here. It's been very clear, clearly stated, and I have it in writing, in emails in fact, that the issues, as Jeff Knowles and his crew sees it, is to determine the structure and leadership of the district and its decision-making process here, period. So the structure of the school and the leadership. Cart before the horse, if you ask me, because it leaves out all the good, strong community input that has occurred over these past few months. But that's what has come out of his mouth and what has been written and what has been fought on one of the committees that I'm on with him. So it's very clear to me that we're trying to prolong a process until it's time to elect somebody. And then what we're going to get in June with this kind of resolution, oh, the election is just coming up. Is it McConnell who wouldn't put forward the Supreme Court justice because we had 8 months or 10 months to go? Same thing. Same thing will happen in this district, and there'll be the same battle that's going on right now, except it'll be out in the open. Now, Richard is talking about putting forth structure now. I don't think leadership is a question. You're the leadership. You're the elected board in this community, period, end of story. And that probably isn't going to change philosophically because of a November election. Not if the folks who got you on have something to do with it, and we do. So the bottom line is we got to move forward and stop playing games with this, confront what Jeff thinks is going on, that he wants to lead, he wants the power, he wants the control, he wants to decide, or his crew wants to decide. And the reality is that his crew got us here. No qualifications to that. That's just a fact, including Kerr. They got us here. They're not going to keep us here. Thank you.
I think we're allowed to ask clarifying questions. This is even an agendized item. I'm hearing a sense of urgency from our last two commenters. Are they recommending we pass a resolution with a shorter time frame? I'm not sure how to translate those comments into action tonight.
I want to clarify, it's not 6 months, it's March when the report would come out. So it's 3 months sooner. That says 6 months, but the section 6 says the committee will dissolve upon further action of the delivery of the report, and this timeline That's in our board packet. It says presentation to the board on 3/12/20. So that's the board meeting where the report will be presented.
And we're just waiting for two groups to submit their information.
And for the, yeah.
And for the boards to meet, or however configuration of that study session happens. And then we've got, financial stuff to look at too. So we've got a lot of work to do, but we can get it done by March.
So would you want to make it like is it realistic to say 4 months, or, just to give us, in the theory that, give us an extra month or something like that. I will say I would love to have the time to have a study session and kick this around. And the idea of just being presented with a report is a little challenging.
Yeah,
So,
I agree.
I think any kind of discussion we can have with Willow Creek Board, with whatever, would be great. So I'm all for that, and I think it'll be a stronger, I do think that, at least when we talked about it in terms of the election, the whole discussion was, we need to get input from the community about how we do it, and I think we're doing that. And so, but I don't know. I'd certainly be comfortable but I defer to the people on the committee. If you think 6 months is safest, I'm all with whatever.
I don't want to wait 6 months.
Okay.
Just to be clear, we really, what we're asking for with this timeline, that's a part of this backup, is we're basically asking for a 6-week extension.
6 weeks?
Yeah, we're not asking for 6 months, we're not asking for even 3 months, right? If you look, the final unification town hall is to be held February the 27th. That final report will be presented to the community at that time.
If we simply change section 5 to say 2 months instead of 6, it fits within your schedule. We can always act as necessary if we need to do something else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And maybe it will show that at least consistency on our sense of urgency and timeline. So that I would like to suggest, and I'm happy to do it in a formal motion if everybody agrees, that's the one modification we need here.
Yeah, I missed the meeting where this timeline was created. I was away. So I don't know where the 6 months came from.
It wasn't in that meeting.
Yeah.
It's just the standard time for an ad hoc committee.
Okay.
Oh, so you just
Well, then
gave
I'm
it
fine
another
with 2.
I like the idea of a 2-month, because then if in March we say, ooh, could you go back, then we can officially reauthorize
Resolution
and
780.
assess what we need, right, at that point. Okay.
It'd be good to land on something, folks.
Yep.
So I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 775 with the modification in section 5 to change it from 6 months to 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
Second.
It's been moved and second. All in favor?
I think resolutions are roll calls, aren't they?
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's a roll call.
Approved.
Approved.
Ms. Green?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
We're moving on. And with the hopes that, yes, all the work that we are doing in these public board meetings is very crucial. It's really important. Time should not be a factor, but in this case, the short, simple, sweet version of Resolution 776. Dr. Garcia.
Yes, although the number of this proposition is unfortunate, it actually is in support of the school construction bond that will go before state voters in March. It is simply a resolution that says our board supports the bond going on the state ballot, and the bond money would provide for public preschool K-12 construction, $15 billion for facilities for state preschools, K-12 schools, community colleges, four-year colleges, and universities, and I recommend approval.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a question before we vote. In 7 years, I don't remember being asked to support a ballot measure. And we don't even have the language of this ballot measure. So at a high level, clearly we'd benefit, and we should probably be supportive. It seems odd to support something we can't read.
The AB 48 is public. I can certainly direct you to a link.
So the language is already drafted and ready. Okay. I would have loved to have seen that in the packet because I haven't read it. I didn't know it was already available. Okay.
Do you get the, well, we all get the California School Board Association.
Yeah, they did a
Yeah.
full
I
thing
get a
on
lot.
this.
I don't read everything. This
Yeah,
one I missed.
For this
Sorry.
one, yeah, I was just going to say before it was moved and second and all the rest of that to Dr. Garcia, thank you for putting this on here because that came to my attention after reading that particular article, and I just thought that, is this something that we're going to support? And so when I saw this in the board pack, I was like, whoa, yeah. Because the California School Board Association is asking most districts in schools to do the same thing. Steve, did you follow that?
So we got, oh, now we have to roll call.
It was moved, it was second. It's a resolution, so it's a roll call.
Because I haven't read it, I'm going to abstain. But go ahead.
Yes.
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 Yes. It's just the rubber stamp, Josh, don't worry about it.
Pretty
I'm
much.
not worried.
Go
I
to
knew we
your
had the votes.
No,
My
yeah.
abstention didn't matter.
Go to that magazine, you'll see it. Are there, we're going to move right to 14. I'm sorry for anyone in the audience who's keeping up with the numbers, moving along from 12, 13, and now 14. Any committee reports?
No.
We already kind of gave our unification report, I think.
Yeah.
Wonderful. That brings us to this wonderful time in the evening where we like to inform you of any future meetings. February the
14th,
13th?
right?
No.
13th.
It's always on Valentine's Day, isn't it?
It's
February
the 13th. It's the 13th.
is our next meeting.
So that's blank in our packet. Hopefully that gets updated online.
Any future topics? Yes. How to adjourn the meeting on time.
Unification.
Any future topics? Can someone make a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain?
Opposed?